Chapter 526. Eviction. The Buddha clan has already established its might in the continent because of Zhao Hai's effort as well as the space. However, when it came to personal connections, they couldn't even compare to low-ranked nobles' families. The Buddha clan's background was just too thin. Currently, the connections that the Buddha clan had include the Kelsey family, Crook family, Rosen imperial clan, Shelley family, Purcell family, and the Xa family. But one has to know that these families were already very powerful. Even the Xa family, they have the title of a duke, although they aren't a Grand Duke's family and had their own principality. They were still old nobles of the Xa Empire. The help that Zhao Hai can get from them was not very much. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to establish his own circle of influence, and Milton and the others gave him this opportunity. All of the great clans in the continent had their own personal web of influence. This web was something that their clans have woven for many years. Since the Buddha clan didn't have such a web, Zhao Hai had begun to weave it right now. Therefore, Zhao Hai placed great importance towards Milton and the others. No matter what, it was these people who voluntarily sided themselves to the Buddha clan, so Zhao Hai decided to help them out as much as possible. In the following days, all of the human merchants who participated in Zhao Hai's banquet had shipped their goods to Magic Lily Shop. At the same time, Zhao Hai also took out those unmarked crystal cards and handed them over to the merchants. These merchants understood that if they returned to the human lands while carrying either magic beasts or coins, they would surely fork some of them out on the road. But if they have these crystal cards, they can just place them on their pockets, and when they come across a checkpoint, they can just choose to not declare its existence. Because of this, the merchants were very grateful to Zhao Hai. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, they would suffer huge losses. At this point, the situation in Beast God City was not getting intense. It was time for them to leave. After handing their good over to Zhao Hai, they immediately left Beast God City. When these merchants left, Beast God City became somewhat desolate. This made the other merchants who were still there scared. Therefore, they also decided to leave. The merchants that Zhao Hai invited to his banquet were thoroughly investigated by him. These merchants were from medium-ranked families that didn't have a lot of background. They didn't have any connections to a great clan, nor did they have a relationship with a noble affiliated with the Radiant Church. Those who didn't fit into this criteria weren't invited by Zhao Hai. When the Radiant Church implemented their plan, they didn't inform the great clans beforehand. Therefore, since these great nobles had no idea, they also sent their merchants over to the prairie. At the same time, there were also merchants affiliated with the Radiant Church present, but they were in the minority. They only came because they were sent by the Radiant Church to monitor the situation with the Beastmen. When Zhao Hai went to investigate the prospective nobles that he wanted to invite, he checked them very carefully. He asked care to carefully look into their backgrounds as well as the situation of their families. He wanted to make sure that they wouldn't have any connections to either great nobles or the Radiant Church. If there's a hint of the two criteria on them, then Zhao Hai didn't go and send an invitation. But even so, the group that allied with Zhao Hai weren't the minority. At the same time, these merchants also have a lot of shops outside the city, so when they left, they caused unrest towards the other merchants who were left behind. Moreover, as days passed, more and more beastmen came to Beast God City, and their gazes were going less and less friendly. A lot of merchants have already retreated, especially those with great noble backing. They can still afford the loss. Those who still stayed were also preparing their things to leave. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let this opportunity go. He immediately had Hai go and contact these people and made them sell their goods over to him. And of course, The price that he bought wasn't as good as what he gave Milton's group. These merchants knew that Zhao Hai was using the fire in order to get their goods. However, they had no choice but to agree. At the very least, they can still recover some of their losses. If they don't agree with Zhao Hai, then they'd be left with no money, and Zhao Hai would pay them using crystal cards. These cards aren't very rare in human lands, but in the prairie, they were uncommon. For those merchants, these crystal cards were very attractive. Every merchant who came to the prairie to do business wasn't a fool. They knew very well how cost-effective crystal cards were compared to bringing along large amounts of argile. After Milton and the others left, Zhao Hai's business became better. Every day, more and more merchants came to Zhao Hai to sell their goods. The prices that these goods were sold at were much lower than their selling price in the human lands. Since Zhao Hai had a lot of spare cash in hand, then he would naturally jump on this opportunity to get cheap goods. A month after Zhao Hai arrived in Beast God City, the Beastmen finally issued their expulsion order, ordering all human merchants to leave Beast God City within 3 days. Otherwise, the Beastmen would become impolite. With the issuance of this order, the human merchants knew that it was the end. In the past, they chose to not sell their goods over to Zhao Hai, but now they were very anxious. All of them immediately sold every goods they have over to Zhao Hai at a very low price. Then after receiving the money, they immediately left. The Beastmen in Beast God City had seen Zhao Hai's conduct, but they didn't say anything. In all honesty, the Beastmen didn't hate these merchants who bring their goods over to the prairie. Because of this, they chose to not attack them, and instead just drove them away. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's 3 flags made the Beastmen very shocked. This was the first time that they have seen a human bearing a Beastman tribe's king's flag as well as a friendship flag. 3 days later, no other human was present in Beast God City aside from Zhao Hai's group. This made the Beastmen look at Zhao Hai and the others strangely. It was very much like when humans notice a very strange creature among them. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of these. The reason why he stayed this time was to wait for Whales and the Black Bear tribe to arrive in Beast God City. Whales and the others didn't let Zhao Hai wait for too long. 10 days after all of the humans left Beast God City, the Black Bear tribe arrived. When Zhao Hai heard that the Black Bear tribe had come, he immediately went to greet them at the gate of Beast God City. While waiting on the gate, Zhao Hai saw a cavalry unit in the distance. When Zhao Hai focused his eyes, he could see that all of the cavalry were mounted Black Bear beastmen. Their numbers reached 30,000. And their movements were filled with great cadence. This cavalry unit completely blotted out the ground, making it black. This scene could make one feel overwhelmed. However, this cavalry unit didn't enter Beast God City but stopped just around 5 li away. Only a few hundred beastmen separated and continued on to the city. Before long, the group arrived in front of the city gates. From this group, Zhao Hai can recognize the Black Bear Patriarch as well as Liban. At this time Liban was holding a flag in one hand. This was the war flag of the Black Bear tribe. Zhao Hai quietly stood on his place as he observed the group gradually slowing down. As soon as the Black Bear Patriarch arrived at the city's gates, Zhao Hai immediately stepped forward and offered his greetings. Zhao Hai has met the Black Bear Patriarch. The Black Bear Patriarch went down from his mount and stretched out his arms before grasping Zhao Hai's shoulders and saying, "I knew you wouldn't leave, ha ha ha. When I go finish what I need to do, I'll go find you. Let's go have a drink." Then he gently shook Zhao Hai before letting go. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. Then I'll go prepare the food and drinks to welcome the arrival of the Patriarch." The Black Bear Patriarch nodded and said, "All right, little Hai, I still have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. I'll find you at your place later." Then he turned around and rode his mount before heading towards the city. Zhao Hai also led Tai to walk back to Magic Lily's shop. At this time, Tai was looking utterly shocked at Zhao Hai. His contact with the beastman wasn't short, but he haven't seen a beastman being so warm towards a human before. The beastmen being good guests wasn't false. But there were beastmen who had been able to learn how to deal with humans from a long period of being in contact with them. For example, if you want to do business with the beastmen, you need to go visit them in their tribes and sell them the product there. You shouldn't expect the beastmen to take the initiative and come to you. The Black Bear tribe was a big warring tribe, and they had been in contact with humans for a long time. However, with how they were deceived by a human in the past, they were one of the more hostile beastmen when interacting with humans. It was virtually impossible for these black bears to be able to warm up to a human. Tai can also be considered to be one of those humans who had been able to make transactions with the black bears. When the black bear beastmen make transactions, they would always be on guard, as though they were talking to a thief. Very much unlike today, where the Black Bear Patriarch hugged Zhao Hai while at the same time taking the initiative to invite him for a drink. It was at this point that Tai understood that Zhao Hai's flags should be special. No wonder the beastmen didn't expel them while all of the other humans were driven out. None of them even went close to Magic Lily's store during the expulsion. At the same time, many beastmen also came to greet him, and their attitudes were very enthusiastic. When Zhao Hai and Tai returned to the store, Zhao Hai immediately instructed Laura and the others to prepare something to eat. At the same time, Zhao Hai had also put out some seafood for them to prepare. He wanted the Black Bear Patriarch to be surprised by his display so that he could get entertained. Tai's family were not very used to Zhao Hai's mystical methods. They also helped Zhao Hai prepare everything while they waited for the Black Bear Patriarch's arrival. While they were preparing, a clamor was heard outside. Zhao Hai went out to take a look only to see the Black Bear Beastman. The Black Bear Patriarch led 10 other black bears as well as Liban to Zhao Hai's Magic Lily shop. Zhao Hai immediately invited the Black Bear Patriarch and Liban's group to the store's back courtyard. After they entered the tent, Tai immediately served each of them some milk tea. After the Black Bear Patriarch took a sip of the tea, he smiled to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've been having a great time recently. I've heard about how you bought all of the goods from the other merchants. What are you planning to do? Sell them at a high price for profit?" Chapter 527, Crazy Ex-Empire. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Not really. I just think that those goods would be wasted when the merchants leave. You beastmen won't touch those things, so they can only rot here over time. Since it's a pity, I bought them. Then when the war ends, then wouldn't it be good if I'll sell them to the tribes for a low price? Those things wouldn't be wasted. I would get some profits, and the beastmen benefit." The Black Bear Patriarch nodded and said, "That's good. Ha ha ha, kid. The things you do really makes me smile. We beastmen benefit a lot from it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's natural. I'm considered to be half beastman right now, so of course I wouldn't cheat you." "Patriarch, please come in. I've prepared some food and drinks inside." The Black Bear Patriarch nodded, then followed Zhao Hai inside. In addition to the seafood, Zhao Hai also had sister-in-law's barbecue prepared. There were no words to be said regarding sister-in-law's barbecue because it was simply too good. But the seafood was something else. Even if the Black Bear Patriarch has been the leader of the Black Bear tribe for a long time, he hasn't been able to eat seafood before, so he was happy to eat this meal. Zhao Hai didn't ask about what the Black Bear tribe were planning to do, since these were possibly the Beastmen's military secret. If he asks these types of questions, the Black Bear Patriarch might get suspicious of him. Zhao Hai heard that the Black Bear Patriarch has been fooled by a human before. Because of this, he became even more distrustful of the humans. Even to Zhao Hai, there were some times where he didn't trust him. When the Black Bear Patriarch took his leave, Zhao Hai prepared to receive whales and the others. When he meets whales, then he would return to the human territories. The second day after the Black Bear tribe arrived, the prairie wolves came. Zhao Hai received them as well. This made Hai startled again. He knew about the reputation of the prairie wolves. He couldn't believe that Zhao Hai would become friends with them. Even if he wasn't as polite as the Black Bear Patriarch, the old Wolf King still had a friendly chat with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also invited the old Wolf King over for a meal. Naturally, in these two occasions, Zhao Hai didn't serve ordinary milk wine. He used his own distilled milk wine. This made the beastmen very surprised. They have drank milk wine for all their lives, but they didn't think that milk wine would become this delicious. 4 days after the arrival of the prairie wolves, whales and Buzir came. The relationship between the two tribes were good, and since the distance from their camps were also quite far from the city, the two decided to come together. Zhao Hai naturally didn't have anything to say about this. He just went and invited them over for a drink. What surprised Zhao Hai this time was Buzir going to him and handing their race's friendship flag over. The beastmen in the city were now looking at Zhao Hai with strange looks. These beastmen didn't understand how Zhao Hai, a human, was able to have such a good relationship with their race, especially towards the dog and cow-headed race. Seeing how they interact with each other would make one think that they were the same as a family. This really made the beastmen confused. In the coming days, beastman tribe upon beastman tribe continuously arrived at Beast God City, but what they did was the same as the Black Bears. All of them were left outside while their patriarchs entered the city. Although they were cooped up inside the city, Zhao Hai can clearly see every action that they did through the monitor. The reason why these beastmen tribes came here and discussed their military plans was because some warring races have their bases here. These were the lion-headed race, tiger-headed race, and the fox-headed race. Because these royal tribes resided in the city, all the other beastmen decided to convene their forces here in order to have a common point. Even if these royal tribes reside in the city, their main camp was in another place. Because of their status, having their main base in the beastman race's holy city would startle the other beastmen. Therefore, they decided to have their camp elsewhere in order to avoid chaos. After whales and the others arrived, Zhao Hai welcomed them and then prepared to leave Beast God City. At this point, the beastmen already knew that there were friendship flags of the Black Bear tribe and the dog-headed race shown in front of Magic Lily's shop, so nobody went to disturb the place. When Zhao Hai left, he also took those flags away with him. Then in front of the beastmen, Zhao Hai called over his bloodhawks before riding them and then shot straight into the sky. This surprised a lot of beastmen. They didn't expect that the humans would already have their own aerial mounts. For the beastmen, this wasn't good news. When he reached a place beyond the eyesights of the beastmen, Zhao Hai and the others immediately flashed into the space. Then from the space, they went to the Persildachi. The Persildachi was in full preparation mode. They had already received the news that the beastmen were getting ready to attack the human lands. Moreover, this attack was not a small pillaging party. With how strong the full might of the beastman race was, the Persil family was not confident in resisting them. Zhao Hai sat in his carriage as he calmly looked at the residents of the Persil duchy. Although the duchy was fully prepared, Zhao Hao still felt strange. The Persol family had been in full defensive mode this time. However, Zhao Hai cannot see any other troop from the Wuxia Empire. This situation is too unbelievable. This move of the Beastmen wasn't planned in secret. The Beastmen made sure to announce their attack, and a pretty large announcement at that. In that case, it was impossible for the Wuxia Empire to be unaware of the situation. So why didn't the armies of the other nobles come to support the Persol duchy? Did they think that the Persol family can single-handedly block the Beastmen army? The location that Zhao Hai appeared in was a remote place in Kasa City. At the same time, the carriage that he rode in was a very ordinary one, so no one noticed him. People were starting to leave Kasa City right now, but most of them were low-ranked nobles. They took their own belongings and had their entire families leave the city. At the same time, the commoners of the city stayed put. This was because they didn't know where to go if they left. Almost all of the commoners' properties were inside Kasa City. If they leave the city, they would become refugees who had nothing. When they arrive at other cities, they would have nowhere to live, and if they didn't starve to death, they would still become slaves. The commoners were hoping that the duchy's army would be able to drive the beastmen away. However, they didn't know that this feat was almost impossible to achieve. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Grand Duke's mansion, he immediately had Shun send a letter. In his trip to the prairie this time, Zhao Hai didn't bring Shu and Shun. Instead, he left them at Iron Mountain Fort and instructed them to help Green prepare the place. This was because Zhao Hai was planning to receive some refugees into the Black Wasteland. However, when Zhao Hai went to Kasa City, he immediately called Shun and Shu over. If Zhao Hai didn't have the two, then he wouldn't have someone in hand and things would be very inconvenient. After Shun delivered the letter, it didn't take a long time before the mansion's housekeeper came out and invited Zhao Hai to enter through the back door. When Zhao Hai arrived at inside the mansion and went out of his carriage, Evan was already waiting to welcome him. Evan walked towards Zhao Hai and laughed. "Great, little Hai, you really are a good kid. The Buddha clan is now at the height of its power. You're actually making Uncle envious." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Uncle is too polite. Rest assured, I'm not only here to see how the beastmen attack the border." When Evan heard Zhao Hai, his smiling face immediately vanished. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go in and talk in the living room." Then he welcomed Zhao Hai inside and sat with him in the living room. He also had a servant serve them some tea. At the same time, a guard was present to guard the door. After sitting down, Evan sighed and said, "My Persol family is done. I'm afraid that we're already doomed." Zhao Hai knit his eyebrows and said, "Uncle Evan, when I came here, I noticed that some nobles are fleeing. At the same time, I didn't see any other armies beside yours. Did the Wuxia Empire decide to not support you?" Evan answered through clenched jaws, "Don't talk about those bastards with me. Ever since the time you helped me, those bastards of the Wuxia Empire started to embarrass me, but I endured. This time, when I received information about the Beastmen attack, I sent over a letter to the capital, asking for support. But I didn't expect those bastards to decline. They told me that the Empire has been short on supply and assembling an army would take a long time. They said that if the beastmen attack before the reinforcements arrive, then I would have to continue resisting. They are basically telling me to drive my heart straight into a beastman's sword. Those bastards aren't humans." Zhao Hai frowned. He didn't expect that the Wuxia Empire would actually do this. Are they really going to play around with an empire's subject's life? Why would they do this? Zhao Hai frowned and then looked at Evan. "Uncle Evan, did they really say that? Do they not know that the beastmen are planning to ravage the Wuxia Empire? Have they gone crazy?" Evan sneered. Since the continent knew, How could they not? The commoners outside now have a massive dislike towards the Radiant Church. However, those bastards at the capital still regard the Radiant Church as an honored guest. I even heard that some noble families were receiving priests of the church like how they receive dukes. Zhao Hai cannot believe what he just heard. What was a priest? They were the lowest position in the Radiant Church. If they were compared to noble titles, then they would be the lowest third-class baron. Why would they receive priests as though they were dukes? Are they insane? Chapter 528, Life Combustion. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Evan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Can't believe it, but that is the truth. This isn't something found only in the capital as well. Even here in the Purcell family, there are people who completely devoted themselves to the church. These people have gone fanatical. They would even sacrifice everything that they have for the sake of the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai looked at Evan. He seemed to understand what was going on. These people were surely brainwashed by the Radiant Church. Religion was a very fearful thing. It can make people do a lot of crazy things. Zhao Hai just didn't think that the Radiant Church's influence can go this far. Evan looked at Zhao Hai's expression and sighed. Without the Empire's support, how could our measly forces resist the Beastman attack? My Purcell family is surely done after this event. But the most pitiful in this situation are the commoners. They will be the ones who will suffer the worst. Zhao Hai frowned. He knew how complex the present situation of the Purcell family was. He can help these people from the city by taking them into the Black Wasteland. He can even take the entire Purcell Duchy with no problems. However, the trade-off would be his secret being exposed. Most importantly, the current situation of the Purcell family was even more complex than he had imagined. If the Purcell family really did have some Radiant Church fanatics, then he cannot bring the family into the wasteland. It would be hard to say what the church can do to his territory. Even the Might Beastman race weren't able to escape the movements of the church. Evan looked at Zhao Hai and calmly said, "Little Hai, I only need to ask you for one thing. I want to have some members of the Purcell family join you in returning to Golden Island. If our family can survive this crisis, then they can return. If we can't, then I can only request you to take care of them for a couple of years so that the Purcell family name can survive." Zhao Hai looked at Evan. He knew that Evan had already thought of the worst possible outcome. He wanted to leave a seed for the Purcell family. Zhao Hai didn't decline. He nodded and said, "All right, I can assure you of this, but uncle, I also have one thing to ask. Can you check for me and see if there are people who are willing to leave with me to Golden Island? You should know that our Buddha clan is short on people right now, and if the Beastmen attack, these commoners would definitely be killed. But make sure that they are innocent and are not affiliated with the Radiant Church." Evan nodded and said, "This is not a problem. I can arrange it. There are a lot of people who wants to leave right now, but they just don't know where to go. They don't have any means of survival in other cities, and may even be demoted into slaves. I don't want them to see them like that, so I shall definitely help you with this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Evan. I hope that you can take care of this matter as soon as possible. Just have them group up here while I go to see how the Xa family is doing." Evan nodded. "You should go see their situation as well. In consideration for you, the Xa family had been helping us as well. I heard that the Empire sent some troops over to their territory. However, it seems like the family was placed under house arrest." Zhao Hai stared, then his complexion changed. "Really? This bastard Ixu Empire? What do they want to do? Have they really become the puppet of the Radiant Church?" Evan calmly replied, "It's highly probable. If the Empire wasn't, then how could the Empire act like this? This action is equal to offending all the nobles. In the future, No noble would listen to them. Zhao Hai sighed. He really couldn't understand the Radiant Church. What was their purpose in doing this? Did they want to get the attention of the royals? With the current situation, all of the royals in the continent would be suppressing the church. After watching the sky, Zhao Hai stood up. Then he turned to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, since it's still early, I'll head to see the Xa family's situation. I'm afraid that they're currently in danger." Evan nodded. "Little Hai, you go leave from my family's secret passage. I've already had few days to prepare, so you don't have to worry too much about me. Go save the Xa family first." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Evan to allow him to use the Purcell family's secret passage. This was one of the Purcell family's greatest secret. Zhao Hai understood Evan's action. This was Evan's way of telling him that he has his complete trust. However, Zhao Hai didn't need the secret passage. He shook his head and said, "No need to use it. I have my own means." Evan knew that Zhao Hai has flying beasts, so he didn't say anything. He nodded his head and escorted Zhao Hai to the door and to his carriage before it left the mansion. After Zhao Hai entered his carriage, he immediately flashed into the space and went to Laura and the others. Since the women are in the space, they heard Evan and Zhao Hai's conversation. Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I just had Kair pay attention to the Xa family's situation. The family is fine, but they are currently under house arrest. However, we didn't receive any letters from the Blood Hawk." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he immediately got the monitor to display the Xa family's situation. The Xa family's mansion was surrounded with soldiers. Robert couldn't do anything because he was trapped inside. Fernand's situation wasn't any better. He seemed to be beaten. His body looked like a damp sack. Zhao Hai looked around and couldn't see a shadow of a blood hawk. It might be possibly killed off. It seems like the Xu Empire sent some 9th ranks to deal with the Xa family, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to restrain it. Moreover, the Xa family also had 9th rank experts, so if these experts haven't been dealt with, then it would be impossible for the Xa family to be placed under house arrest. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately had Kair scan the place, looking for other 9th rank experts present. Ordinary people might not be able to spot a 9th rank expert, but Kair is different. Kair's present strength was certainly greater than any 9th rank expert. After some time, Kair finally found some 9th rank experts in Sart City. Moreover, there were 4 of them. These 4 were placed in a position where they surrounded the Xa family mansions. Looking at their appearances, it seems like all of them were from the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai immediately looked at Belle's situation. Belle's people were also placed under house arrest. Zhao Hai knew that Belle might have been exposed. Otherwise he wouldn't be implicated in this event. It seems like the Radiant Church was really waiting for him. Zhao Hao looked at the 4 9th rank experts. The 4 of them doesn't seem to have any special qualities. They weren't any different from other 9th rank experts. Knowing that he couldn't wait for a long time, Zhao Hai immediately flashed and appeared inside Fernand's room. Fernand's current state was very miserable. His whole body was fully wrapped with bandages to the point where only his head was visible, of which was beaten black and blue. Even if his mother was taking care of him, it seems like nobody used light magic to heal him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a pitiful state. Fernand seems to be unconscious right now because he wasn't making any movements in his bed. Zhao Hai looked at Fernand's condition and couldn't help but feel an aching in his heart. In truth, his time with Fernand wasn't that long. Fernand was a playboy as well, someone whom he generally didn't like. The 2 of them being friends was something almost impossible. However, fate moves in strange ways. Even if the disposition of the 2 seemed to be in conflict, They still became good friends in the end. Zhao Hai arrived by Fernand's bedside and whispered, "Brother Fernand, Brother Fernand, can you hear me?" Seeing that the person on the bed wasn't replying, Zhao Hai immediately used light magic. Fernand's face turned much better, then his eyelids moved slightly. When Zhao Hai saw this, he became happy as he said, "Brother Fernand, you're awake." But it seems like Zhao Hai wasn't noticed. Immediately after Zhao Hai talked, Fernand opened his eyes and then bellowed, "Bastards, my brother will come. He will certainly not let you off." Zhao Hai stared. Fernand froze as well. He stared at Zhao Hai for a moment before turning over on his bed and jumped off. He threw his weak body towards Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, why have you come just now? I've been bullied to death by those bastards." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Fernand's back and said, "It's all right, brother. No need cry. Since I came, I will surely take revenge for you." It was at this point that Fernand stopped weeping. He anxiously let go of Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, taking revenge isn't a good idea. The other party has several ninth ranks. They managed to kill all of my family's foreign elders. You need to leave quickly." At this time, a chilly voice was heard. "Leave?" He couldn't escape now. When he heard this sound, Fernand's face paled. His expression was as though a disaster just happened. He looked at Zhao Hai and bitterly smiled. "Brother, it seems like you couldn't get away now. The ninth rank has noticed you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already seen a lot of ninth ranks. It's all right, brother. You come with me. Let's see how great this ninth rank expert really is." Then he led Fernand out of the room. Outside, Zhao Hai can see the 4 ninth ranks that Kair has spotted before. All of them flew over to the mansion and surrounded the small yard that Zhao Hai was in. Zhao Hai just stood there and calmly looked at the 4 ninth rank experts before he sneered. "The Radiant Church really has a lot of good methods. They actually wouldn't stop at anything just to deal with me." The ninth rank expert looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "What you said is right. The Pope has given the order to execute you at all costs. The Radiant Church had already expended a lot of people in dealing with you. This time you will certainly die." Zhao Hai smiled. "It wasn't yesterday that the Radiant Church had started to deal with me, yet I still lived. On the other hand, you have lost a lot of ninth ranks. This really makes me amazed at how much ninth rank experts your Radiant Church has." The ninth rank looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "No need to waste your breath. Zhao Hai, you are now our Radiant Church's #1 enemy. Until the day we eliminate you, my Radiant Church wouldn't be peaceful. To eliminate you, we wouldn't hesitate to bring it all. Our lives belong to the Church, so we shall sacrifice our lives for the Church." "Zhao Hai, you shall die today." Zhao Hai laughed. "Not necessarily. Do you really think that ninth ranks can kill me? Who do you think you are?" The ninth rank snorted. "Without perfect preparations, how can we dare to kill you? Do you really think that the Church is clueless about your secrets?" "Zhao Hai, it's time for you to die." Then several lights came out of the hands of the ninth ranks as they shot into the 4 corners of the mansion. Zhao Hai stared as the lights fell before it formed a dome around the mansion. Zhao Hai didn't care. He can just ask Kair to return him to the space. This transparent dome was unable to touch him. From his speculation, this dome should be some kind of magical formation. It seems like the Radiant Church wanted to deal with him using this formation. Zhao Hai didn't move. He just stood there and looked curiously at the ninth rank experts. The ninth ranks were whispering words as though they were doing incantations in the sky. While they were murmuring words, one could visibly see their faces slowly turn wrinkly. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression changed. He knew that these ninth ranks are consuming their life force. It seems like they were prepared to sacrifice their lives with this move. Zhao Hai looked all around and then turned his head to the dumbfounded Fernand and said, "Brother, immediately inform your family to gather by my side. The Radiant Church is using a strange magic." Fernand stared. He didn't care about anything that Zhao Hai said in the end, as he immediately said, "All right." Then he ran towards the mansion. But it seems like the wrinkling of these ninth ranks were getting faster and faster until their faces turned pale white. The sense of crisis that Zhao Hai felt was getting more and more pronounced. It seems like these four people aren't simply ninth ranks of the Radiant Church. These four should have a special method in order to collaboratively use this strange magic. This magic should be very formidable. And the magic formation surely wasn't a simple one. It seems like it would be impossible to break this dome from the inside. Chapter 529. Two choices. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the ninth rank experts as they were quickly getting older. One must know that a ninth rank expert's lifespan was very long. Moreover, from what Zhao Hai saw of their appearance, these ninth ranks can still live for a long time, at the very least 3,500 years. Now they were growing old so fast that it would seem like they were riding a fast car which is running on the road of time. It was as if the time around them were 100 or 1,000 times more than normal people. Zhao Hai's expression stayed calm. His body beneath his clothes had now turned into crystal. He fully trusted the space, and since it said that his body would become unbreakable upon crystallization, Zhao Hai chose to directly face these four ninth-rank experts. Since the beginning, Zhao Hai had always indirectly battled his opponents. Besides the time when he fought Terry, Zhao Hai had always been in the back, casting spells and summoning undead. This has something to do with his character. He just doesn't want to directly fight. He thinks that the way that mages fight was the safest. But now was not the time to do that. If he entered the space at this moment, then his secret would have been exposed. In addition, he was still in the Xa family mansion. If he entered the space, he would be putting the Xa family in peril. Although the space possessed marvelous abilities, it cannot forcibly absorb mindful beings. Therefore, Zhao Hai can only stand there and wait for Fernand to bring his family to his side, then have them transported into the space. At the same time, ever since Zhao Hai was able to crystallize, his mind changed a little bit. He wanted to try how strong his body was. Even if he cannot withstand this attack, he still had care and the space. As long as Fernand's family is in the space, he can confidently and boldly accept this strike. Naturally, the attack of the opposite party still needed to be prepared for quite some time. But Fernand wasn't stupid. He knew that every second counts. The other members of the Xa family aren't stupid either. When they saw what the ninth ranks were doing, they immediately knew what kind of attack it was. They were very clear about how powerful ninth rank experts were. Although the Xa family still had their secret passage, this passage can only be a decoration in front of a ninth rank expert. After Fernand shouted, all of them immediately convened to Zhao Hai's location. Zhao Hai didn't have the time to be polite with them. He immediately issued a heads up. In a while I'm going to send you to a strange place, but don't worry, some people would be there to receive you, so don't get too startled. Then Fernand and the others made an effort to nod. Robert's influence in the Xa family was very high, so when he shouted at the crowd, they immediately calmed down. One must know that the Xa family had a lot of members. It was a miracle to be able to shut them up in a short period of time. Zhao Hai carefully observed the four ninth-rank experts. The lives of these four were soon coming to an end. The wrinkles on their faces started overlapping. The hair on their head were starting to fall. Old people's spots were starting to appear. Even their teeth were falling off. However, They still didn't stop chanting their incantations. It was as though they didn't have any idea of what was happening to their bodies. Then Zhao Hai turned his attention to the Xa family. Seeing that they were prepared, he immediately brought all of them into the space, and just as Zhao Hai sent the Xa family to the space, the 4 ninth-rank experts said their last syllable, then all of them violently shook before turning into a mist of blood. After then, something appeared on the skies. It seems like there was another sun that appeared. It looked very bright and terrifying. The light seemed to be like an energy ball from a certain novel that Zhao Hai had read back on Earth. The ball of light crashed into the mansion. But how strong was this ball of light? Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about this as the attack collided with his head. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's entire body has now been crystallized. Zhao Hai felt the light hit his head and then his clothes vanishing. It was not only his clothes. The building and his surroundings has been eradicated. The ground, the cyan stones were gone. No need to say about the plants, everything around him completely vanished. Zhao Hai just stood there without entering the space. This was because the ball of light hadn't been able to damage his current body, and also, he didn't dare open a spatial crack to enter the space. Even though he wasn't affected at all, Zhao Hai felt how formidable this attack was. If this ball of light were to penetrate the crack and enter the space, Zhao Hai didn't know what would happen to the people inside, and he didn't want to dare take the risk. Since this ball of light couldn't harm him, it was much better for him to stay outside. But Zhao Hai didn't know that while he stayed outside, Laura and the others were very anxious for him inside the space. Zhao Hai made Laura and the others receive the Xa family. The Xa family had now reached its end. They can only depend upon the Buddha clan to survive. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the family betraying him. Moreover, since he was planning to transport the family to Iron Mountain Fort, even if they knew his secrets, it would be impossible for them to pass it on. When the Xa family initially entered the space, all of them were somewhat anxious, but when they saw Laura and the others, they calmed down. But even if the space's villa was huge, it can just barely fit 100 people, so it was impossible for the entire Xa family to be accommodated there. Laura asked them to rest first before they can be transported to Iron Mountain Fort. At this time, what Laura and the others were worrying about was the situation outside. Therefore, after they invited Robert into the villa, they surrounded the monitor and looked at the situation outside, but it was unfortunate for them that the screen was entirely white. They couldn't see anything. After the light vanished, the scene made Laura and the others breathe in a cold air. The city lord's mansion has completely been wiped off the map. They couldn't see a single piece left. In the original location of the mansion, a giant hole was left. This hole looked like a crater that a meteor had created. It had a depth of 30 meters. What made Laura and the others uneasy was the fact that they couldn't see Zhao Hai in that crater. Zhao Hai didn't even leave behind a shadow. When Laura and the others were about to panic, Zhao Hai suddenly walked in from outside, but he already had his clothes changed. What he had on was now an ordinary mage's robe. Seeing Zhao Hai come, Laura and the others relaxed. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't intend to be missing, but since his clothes were fully gone, he cannot just appear naked inside the villa and be seen by the Xa family. He wasn't an exhibitionist. Therefore, after he entered the space, he changed his clothes first before entering the villa. When he entered the villa, he was immediately welcomed by Laura and the others. They looked at his left and right to see that he was really alright. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "I'm fine, no need to be worried. But Laura, I'm sorry for destroying the clothes that you gave me." After he said that, Laura didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who cares about the clothes, as long as you're fine? "It's all right. Go see Uncle Robert quickly. I don't think his mood is fine." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he entered the villa's living room. Robert and Fernand were waiting for him there. When they saw him, they immediately stood up. Zhao Hai gave Robert a salute and then asked them to sit down. "Uncle Robert, from what I can see with the situation, there was no way for the Xia family to return to the Xu Empire." Robert smiled bitterly. "I already thought up to this point. Ever since our foreign elders were killed, I knew our Xia family is finished. To be honest, if not for you appearing, our Xia family might have gone extinct. Not matter what, I must thank you, little Hai." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Uncle Robert, you're too polite. If not because of me, your Xia family wouldn't have been implicated with this situation. Since you came here, I will be clear to you. This place is our Buddha clan's greatest secret. Nobody except members of my Buddha clan knew about it. Even my father-in-laws don't know about this. Now that the Xia family know about it, I can tell you that it would be impossible for you to go back." Robert nodded. As soon as he entered the space, he felt the difference inside. He was also a mage, so he was sensitive to energy. He can feel how active the energy inside was, and it was also quite rich, many folds compared to outside. This place was certainly not a simple one. Zhao Hai looked at Robert and said, "Uncle Robert, I can only give you two choices. First, you'll go to the Black Wasteland. I'll tell you, the poisonous mist in the wasteland was made by me. The Black Wasteland is where the root of our Buddha clan was established. The milk wine that we drank before was made there. We also have other factories in that place. In there, you will have absolute security. Moreover, I'm also prepared to buy a massive amount of slaves. If you settle down in the Black Wasteland, I can have the capable people of the Xia family help me manage them." Robert nodded. He thought that this choice was good, but he wonders what Zhao Hai's second choice was, so he asked, "The second choice?" Chapter 530. Robert's shock. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The second choice is to go to Golden Island. That place is also the Buddha clan's territory. After you head there, you can do administrative work for the island, but to make sure that you don't pass on some information, I will have to make undeads watch over your day-to-day lives." Robert knitted his brows. He clearly knew what Zhao Hai meant. They cannot expose the existence of this place. Therefore, if they go to Golden Island, they would always have an undead right beside them and they wouldn't have anything to say about this matter. If they go to the Black Wasteland, there's no need for the undead. This was because the wasteland was a completely closed-off environment. It was impossible for outsiders to come in, while Zhao Hai wouldn't easily allow the people inside to go out. So if they go there, they can move very freely without being monitored. On the other hand, Golden Island has contact with the outside world. Although the Xia family was now on its low point, Robert was still hoping that they can still show their faces to the continent. This would make the people know that the Xia family survived, that they still exist. However, being monitored every day was very uncomfortable. Robert was now having a hard time making up his mind. He didn't know how to handle this matter. Looking at Robert's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Uncle Robert doesn't need to worry about this right now. I shall first take you to the Black Wasteland later. You can slowly deliberate your decision there. If you decide to stay there, I wouldn't oppose, and if you decide to go to Golden Island, I will certainly bring you there." Robert nodded. This matter needed to be thought through properly. He cannot stay in the space for a long time, so after Zhao Hai talked about this matter to Robert, he immediately sent the family into the Black Wasteland. Robert was now certain that the space was Zhao Hai's magical property. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to transfer people everywhere. There are a lot of people in the Wuxia family, but they can definitely be accommodated inside Iron Mountain Fort. Moreover, when they arrived at the fort, Robert and the others were shocked. They didn't think that the legendary Barn Hills and untamed rivers of the Black Wasteland would have such a beautiful castle. Moreover, this castle has been producing some of the continent's highly sought-after products. Robert was surprised because the Black Wasteland was already considered to be the continent's most mysterious place by the nobles. He didn't expect that the Buddha clan would have their roots here. It didn't take a long time before Robert came to like the place. Most of the people here have marks of slaves. However, they weren't slaves anymore. There were beastmen here as well, but these beastmen were strangely full of hospitality and friendliness. Most importantly, Robert can notice a certain kind of thing within these people. They were all full of vigor, as though they were working hard to have a better life. This kind of vigor was rarely seen in the continent. When Robert heard Zhao Hai say that the Black Wasteland had been transformed, and that all of the lands can now be cultivated, Robert was once again shocked. Robert was the patriarch of the Wuxia family, a well-known family of the continent. Therefore, he had full understanding with regards to the Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland was the continent's biggest plain, although it was placed in the north, and can only be cultivated on one season. It was an undeniable fact that if the Black Wasteland were to gain an ability to grow crops, it would certainly be the continent's largest granary. If not because of this, the continent wouldn't have spent a lot of time and energy to research the wasteland. This was because its topography was fantastic. Once one was able to grow crops here, their influence in the continent would certainly soar. What Robert didn't expect was that the place where the continent had spent a long time on researching was solved by Zhao Hai this easily. Robert now understood why Zhao Hai didn't make Golden Island the Buddha clan's main base. Golden Island was an important hub for maritime trade. It can certainly bring a lot of profit to the Buddha clan, but compared to the Black Wasteland, the island was still a long way off. You can't always exchange food with money, but you can always exchange money with food. After knowing that the Black Wasteland can now grow some crops, Robert almost immediately decided to stay here. The Black Wasteland was very huge. One could definitely establish their own nation here. With the continual rise of the Buddha clan, the development of the Black Wasteland would become better and better. If the Wuxia clan can be an influential family in the Black Wasteland, their reappearance in the future would be much better. Robert knew that it would be impossible for the Buddha clan to hide the existence of the Black Wasteland forever, so people of the continent would surely know of the Wasteland's situation in the future. Therefore, the Wuxia family can still show their faces to the continent, only this time quite beautifully. But Robert also knew that this matter wouldn't be easy. After all, the Wuxia family had been enjoying their place in the continent. With how desolate the Black Wasteland seemed, he was afraid that his family members wouldn't be able to get used to it. Although Robert was the patriarch, he cannot just ignore the thoughts of his family members. He wasn't a dictator. He needed to listen to the words of the family elders. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was hoping that Robert's family would decide to stay inside the Black Wasteland. Compared to Golden Island, the Black Wasteland needed managerial talents more. After all, the Wuxia family was also a great clan in the past. Although there weren't a lot of people who came this time, Zhao Hai knew that those present were the elite members of the family. The plan of the Radiant Church this time was very simple. Since they want to eliminate the Wuxia family, then they surely wouldn't let their elites off. They wanted to sacrifice the lives of 4 of their 9th-rank experts in order to achieve their goal of extinguishing both Zhao Hai and the Wuxia family. Exterminating a great clan was both easy and hard. There were 2 ways of doing so. First, It was to kill all of their 9th rank experts. This way they'll lose their power backing. The second was to kill all of their elites. This would inhibit the growth of the family, and would thus vanish in the future. The Radiant Church chose to use the two methods to deal with the Xa family. They killed the family's 9th rank expert first, then concentrated their effort of eliminating the elites along with Zhao Hai. Therefore, even if there weren't a lot of people who came with Zhao Hai, all of them were elites of the family. As long as they learn a bit, they would become independent managers. This would be a huge benefit to the Black Wasteland's development. Because Zhao Hai had such intentions, he decided to show Robert and the others the Black Wasteland first. He believed that if they saw the Black Wasteland, they would certainly feel attracted to it. Obviously, he succeeded. Robert was moved. The current Black Wasteland cannot be considered to be on the same level as Golden Island. However, since it can now be cultivated, its potential was endless. For Robert and the Xa family, being in the Black Wasteland was much more attractive than being in Golden Island. On Golden Island, they would be safe? Yes. But what can they do then? On Golden Island, they can only become a merchant clan at most. If they wanted to regain their former glory, it would be impossible to accomplish it in the island. For Robert, this was unacceptable. They were a great clan in Xa Empire, with a name renowned in the continent. How could they be comfortable with being a rich merchant clan? Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to show them the Black Wasteland's potential, and have them tie their family to the Buddha clan's chariot. Zhao Hai also asked Robert if they needed anything right now. After all, Iron Mountain Fort cannot be compared to their past situation. But Robert told him that they were alright. They already have some daily necessities, and they were eating and drinking properly as well. The only thing they were unfamiliar with was the lack of contact with the outside world. Zhao Hai didn't ask Robert to bring the Xa family's properties out. Such words can only make Robert misunderstand and make him think that Zhao Hai wanted to swallow the Xa family. After settling the Xa family down, Zhao Hai returned to the Xa family's territory. He wanted to see how Belle was doing. Belle's identity might have been exposed, so he cannot stay here. In any case, Belle can also be considered to be one of the powers of the Xa family. The Radiant Church wouldn't certainly let him off. Zhao Hai's fight with the 9th rank experts caused quite a stir. Sart City was now under martial law. Zhao Hai turned his attention to the state of Belle's family. Presently, the family had vanished from Sart City. It seems like Belle was already ready to leave, but with the 9th rank experts, he cannot leave. Now that the 9th ranks had died, he naturally fled immediately. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai felt relief. He believed in the escape route that Belle prepared. That man wasn't a simple person. Since nothing noteworthy was left to see in Sart City, Zhao Hai left. He went to find Evan and told him about what happened to the Xa family. Then he had Evan release this information into the continent. He must make all of the clans in the continent know about what happened to the Xa family. This was also another form of attack towards the Radiant Church. What the Radiant Church had done was very excessive. They even had the Xa Empire under their control. If Zhao Hai spread this information, the other countries in the continent would surely be on guard against the church. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the Radiant Church would still dare to act so rampant. Chapter 531, Evan's hesitation. Robert's decision. Evan still hasn't received the information about the Xa family. After all, it just happened. If people died, it would be impossible for him to know. After Zhao Hai returned to Kosa City, he directly went to the city lord's mansion. Evan didn't expect Zhao Hai to come back this quickly, but he knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of secrets, so he just disregarded it and invited him over to the living room. After they sat down, Zhao Hai told Evan everything regarding the happenings in the Xa domain. Evan was startled. He knew that even if the Xia family didn't hold the title of Grand Duke, their might wasn't much worse compared to the Persal Duchy, but now, their clan was almost equal to being eliminated. The Radiant Church was truly ruthless. After relaying the event, Zhao Hai didn't immediately ask Evan to spread the information. He looked at Evan's expression first. He knew that Evan cannot just leave his properties here. If he tells everything straight to Evan, even if he didn't understand the choices, Zhao Hai was afraid that he would follow in the steps of the Xia family. Zhao Hai hadn't given up in drawing the Persal family into the Buddha clan. The Buddha clan badly needed talents right now. As the clan gets bigger and bigger, the talents that it needed would also get more and more. The Marquis family's people were now helping to manage Golden Island. In addition to their prior businesses, not too many of them were free to help the Buddha clan. The Buddha clan itself had a few number of people, but even if the Xia family were added to their numbers, don't forget about the 100,000 beastmen slaves that were still coming, as well as the 100,000 slaves that he bought from Carson City. With over 200,000 slaves, how much people does the clan need in order to manage them? The slaves who became citizens and can now write aren't fit for the job. They still needed prior managerial skills. If the Persal family were to join, then their number of talents would surely increase. However, the Persal family's situation was much complex than the Xia family. The Radiant Church had already seeped into the Persal family. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai wanted to take them in, he still needed to be careful in doing so. Evan had told Zhao Hai about the existence of Radiant Church fanatics inside the family. However, he didn't tell Zhao Hai how he plans to deal with them, nor did he express his intention to. Maybe Evan wanted a way back if he cannot take the pressure. He may look for the Radiant Church for help. So he decided to keep those people as insurance. Zhao Hai told Evan about the Xia family's situation because he wanted Evan to see what the Persal family might become. It was so that Evan wouldn't dream of going to the Radiant Church in the future. After Evan heard him, his expression changed. He didn't think that the Radiant Church would be this ruthless. If the Radiant Church would deal with him the same way, what would happen to the Persal family? Zhao Hai stayed silent. He just calmly sat there while looking at Evan. He wanted to know what Evan would do. Now that the pieces were laid down in front of Evan, Zhao Hai wanted to know which one the Persal family would choose, the Radiant Church or the Buddha clan. Evan stayed silent for quite some time. He was deciding on a hard choice. He knew that if he chose the Buddha clan, then the Persal family would lose everything that they had in the Persal Duchy. After then, the Persal family would become the vassals of the Buddha clan. This was not the best outcome, but if he sided with the Radiant Church, then he was afraid that the Radiant Church might renege on their agreement. At that time, he would lose literally everything. Most importantly, this matter wasn't something that he could decide alone. Even though the Persal Duchy had undergone changes and he has now accumulated a lot of influence, he still needed to ask for the Elder Assembly's opinion regarding their stance against the Radiant Church. In truth, Zhao Hai was now disappointed with the Persal family. The way they handled matters was both overcautious and indecisive. Even if Zhao Hai had told them about what happened to the Xia family, they were still hesitating. Evan clearly expressed his support for Zhao Hai since the beginning. But even if the Persal family supported Zhao Hai, they still left behind a leeway for themselves. They wanted to support two sides, which was utterly impossible. Zhao Hai sighed inwardly. Then with a serious tone, he said, "Uncle, I'll be leaving this matter for you to think about. I won't be disturbing you. I shall stay here for a couple of days. If you have any matter to tell me about, you can just go to Laura's original place. As long as you go there, I will go and meet you." Evan didn't expect Zhao Hai to leave. He wanted Zhao Hai to stay here. He didn't know what to say right now and couldn't open his mouth. In the end, he can only sigh and then escorted Zhao Hai out. He also knew that for Zhao Hai to be able to bring the Buddha clan into this height in just 1 year, he surely had some fortuitous encounter. He wasn't someone to be underestimated. Zhao Hai certainly knew about what was going on in his mind. Therefore Zhao Hai wanted to leave. Regarding this situation, Evan felt helpless. In his heart, he wanted to aid Zhao Hai, but as a patriarch, he needed to compromise with the world. A matter that decides the family's fate wasn't something that he can just decide on his own. After Zhao Hai boarded his carriage and left the city lord's mansion, he found a desolate place and then flashed to the space. He didn't go to Iron Mountain Fort. He just stayed in the space and looked at the responses of both the Xa family and the Purcell family. It was assured that the Xa family would side with Zhao Hai. From today's events, they had lost all of their 9th-rank experts, and with their enmity with the Radiant Church, it was impossible for them to return to the continent. If they did return, then the Radiant Church wouldn't even need to move. Other jealous Xa Empire nobles would certainly be interested in their properties and their lives. Therefore, the choices that the Xa family needed to decide on was simple. It was either to stay in the Black Wasteland or to go to Golden Island. Zhao Hai knew that the Xa family would want to convene in order to decide on this matter. He wanted to have a look about what the Xa family decided on. On the other hand, Zhao Hai can almost correctly guess what the Purcell family's decision would be. The Elders' Assembly still held great influence. Their authority was too big. There were even times where Evan cannot do anything about it, and it would be impossible for these elders to discard all of the properties that the Purcell family had accumulated just to side with the Buddha clan. However, Zhao Hai still hoped that they would come up with a satisfactory response, so he wanted to pay attention to their decision. Naturally, he couldn't let those people take care of spreading the Xa family's matter to the continent anymore. Therefore, he immediately wrote a letter and sent it over to Kun. Kun would then hand the letter off to Randolph and then in turn hand it over to the Rosen Emperor. With their combined efforts, it would only take a short time before this matter would be spread around the continent. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, the Xa family had truly gathered together and discussed what to do. Green was very good towards the Xa family. He handed a region of the fort for their own use. The place was still unoccupied, so the Xa family can use it in the meantime. Robert was now accompanied with some core members of his family. Besides Robert, there were 10 other people present. Fernand wasn't qualified to participate in this meeting. Robert looked at the eyes of those present and Saudi. Our Xa family had truly experienced a disaster. We're almost to a point of being extinguished. It was fortunate that Little Hai was able to save us, allowing our further survival. But for Little Hai to save us, he had exposed the Buddha clan's biggest secret. Leaving the Buddha clan would be impossible. The other people present weren't surprised. They weren't stupid. Even if Zhao Hai hadn't told them about the space, they can still guess what it was. Therefore, Robert's words didn't startle them. It was completely expected. When Robert saw their expressions, he couldn't help but nod. These people didn't disappoint him. Then he continued, Little Hai has now given us 2 choices. First is to stay here, in the Black Wasteland. Second is to go to Golden Island. I want to hear everyone's opinion. The people present looked at each other and then one of them said, Patriarch, can't our family divide our members between the Black Wasteland and Golden Island? Robert thought for a moment and said, it should be possible, but from what I can see, our Xa family needs to have a focused direction. We can only look and see which situation is better for us. Then the elder who talked earlier said, what is the difference between the 2 places? Now that we know about the Buddha clan's secret, Wouldn't Zhao Hai have any methods to silence us? In that case, I think we need to consider those before deciding. Robert nodded and said, naturally there are. Everyone knows about the Black Wasteland. Once we enter the wasteland, then exiting would be difficult. Therefore, he can just leave us to freely live here. Nobody would be monitoring us. Moreover, once Zhao Hai brings his slaves here, we can help him manage them. If we go to Golden Island, an undead would accompany us in order to ensure that the Buddha clan's secret get exposed. The people in the room frowned and felt embarrassed. This matter was surely hard to decide on. Then the elder thought for a while before turning to Robert and said, Patriarch, your opinion? Then the other people also turned their attention to Robert. They wanted to hear his thoughts. Robert wasn't polite and directly said, I want our family to focus on the Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland might be inferior to the continent, but everyone here certainly knows what would happen if it were to be cultivated. With so much land, can the Buddha clan manage it alone? The Black Wasteland's size is enough for it to be a country. If we help the Buddha clan set this country up, what do you all think will happen to our Xa family once the Black Wasteland get unraveled in the continent? As soon as the elders heard Robert, their eyes turned bright. They were smart people. They immediately understood what Robert meant. This outcome was much better than being protected. If the Buddha clan established their country in the future while the Xa family was their subordinate, the status that they would have would certainly not be small. Being a Grand Duke might not even be difficult to attain. After seeing the expressions of these people, Robert continued, our situation would be different if we go to Golden Island. If we go there, our actions would be monitored. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't deal with us, we would still be losing our freedom. Even if Golden Island was a big place as well, our family doesn't have any 9th rank experts, so we would still need to depend on the Buddha clan. In the end, even if we get rich, we can only be a merchant clan. Therefore, I wanted our Xa family to settle in the Black Wasteland. The elders nodded. They were convinced by Robert. Then Robert said, our Xa family isn't the same as the original Xa family. If we want to reveal our faces again, we cannot leave the Buddha clan. Since we would be depending on the Buddha clan either way, why won't we get power and prestige as well? Why would we only settle on being rich? The elder who spoke before nodded and said, just as the patriarch said, I also believe that this is an opportunity for our Xa family. Even if our family had been doing beautifully in Xa Empire, we still didn't get our hands on the title of Grand Duke. We cannot establish our own duchy. In my opinion, our time with the Xa Empire has come to a dead end. But now that we have the opportunity to advance, we should grab into it. If the Buddha clan established their own country in the future, our Xa family would surely have a high position. Therefore, I completely agree with the patriarch's opinion. We should stay with the Buddha clan and help them develop the Black Wasteland fully. The other Xa family elders nodded as well. This made Robert relax. Since the Xa family had decided on their future, they would now fully support the Buddha clan. Chapter 532. Angrily rebukes. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the screen. He wasn't surprised by the Xa family's decision. He just didn't expect the Xa family to fully dedicate themselves to the Buddha clan. They had fully become the Buddha clan's vassals. Most importantly, Robert and the others mentioned the founding of a country. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't see himself establishing his own country. He just wanted the Black Wasteland to be a place of freedom. A place very different from the outside world. But founding a nation? This idea didn't fit with Zhao Hai. He had always regarded himself as a small person, with a nerd's personality. He sometimes had a feeling of inferiority and low self-confidence. Even if he had his current status, he was still very careful. which was one of his shortcomings. With his current strength, even if he revealed the situation of the Black Wasteland, which power would dare to face him? As long as he reveals the Black Wasteland, more people in the continent would go and trust him. This would immediately solve the Buddha clan's manpower problem. However, Zhao Hai still prefers to be careful. He wanted to reveal it little by little. It's nice to be cautious and sometimes timid. There are times when too much courage can cause a person's downfall. The words of the Xia family made Zhao Hai feel overwhelmed. He didn't know which direction the Buddha clan would step into in the future. He just wants to develop the Black Wasteland for now. He didn't even think about founding his own country. Zhao Hai also knew that there were many things that compelled him to be what he is today. If there weren't any outside factors, he may have even spent his days comfortably in the space, along with his wives and family. Laura and the others sat beside Zhao Hai, so they also heard the words of Robert and the others. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually make his own country. They knew Zhao Hai's disposition very much. Zhao Hai wasn't an overly ambitious person. Everything he does was only done in order to improve the Buddha clan's living conditions, and unlike people who were hell-bent on contending for the world's supremacy, Zhao Hai was just a man who wanted to live comfortably. This point was already made clear to them long ago. Seeing that Zhao Hai had not spoken for quite some time, Laura couldn't help but talk to him. "Brother Hai, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and smiled bitterly. "I was thinking about Robert and the others' words. I didn't expect them to want me to establish my own country." Laura smiled. "In fact, the Xia family's words are right. The Black Wasteland is very large and relatively closed off. It is entirely possible for us to establish our own country here. We talked about that before. Do you remember?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "Laura, you know how unambitious I am. What I said before was just an analogy. I really didn't intend to make my own country." Laura smiled. "I know. But Brother Hai, you should know that the Xia family was only willing to wholeheartedly side with us because they believed in the Buddha clan's potential. In their minds, the Buddha clan would certainly establish a country in the future, and it would become the most formidable country in the continent. Because of that, they decided to join us." "Brother Hai, there would be a lot more people who would throw themselves under us in the future. But if we don't achieve the goals that they imagined, they would be disappointed with us." Zhao Hai frowned. To be honest, he didn't like this idea. However, what Laura said was right. A lot of people wanted to follow the Buddha clan because they believed in the clan's potential. If he didn't express any ambition, he would be letting those people down. Nobody wants to remain obscure, especially the Xia family, who were once a great family of the continent. They don't want to hide forever. They will help the Buddha clan for one purpose, and that was to gain a higher title when the Buddha clan gets very strong. At that time, their reveal would be very spectacular. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He nodded and said, "Right. We should think about this issue. In the future, the Buddha clan would have more and more members. It would come to a point where a clan system wouldn't be able to work. The only way forward is to establish our own country." Laura nodded. "But the country that we will build would be different from the others. It would be one that has our ideals and heart put into it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right. We should build one that would be our own. But this matter would have to wait. It still isn't the right time. Moreover, establishing a nation needs huge investments. The Black Wasteland is still very empty. We still have a lot of things to do." Laura nodded. "Making a country isn't easy. One problem that we have is the fact that Iron Mountain no longer produces iron. We need to think of solutions for this thing." Zhao Hai nodded. "We do need to solve that. But we don't need to be anxious about that right now. I think that the Xa family would also help us with this preparation." Laura nodded. Then she turned her head to look at Megan and Lizzie and said, "Megan, Lizzie, what do you think?" Megan and Lizzie looked at each other. To be honest, the two of them were very startled right now. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be discussing this matter. Establishing a country was a huge matter. However, they still felt excited. They had never thought of establishing a country before. This idea was too crazy and too exciting. Megan then said, "That's good. Great. We should make our own country. This idea is really good." Lizzie had the same sentiment. She couldn't hide the excitement on her face as she nodded. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh inside. They didn't know how difficult it was to make a country. Zhao Hai slowly shook his head. He knew that this matter would be in the far too distant future. The Black Wasteland severely lacks people. Making a country here would be impossible. Zhao Hai changed the scene towards the Purcell family. Then Zhao Hai became surprised because the Purcell family didn't meet inside their conference room, but in their living room instead. Elders weren't the only people there. Even Ruian was participating as well as the other younger generations of the family. The scene had been like this for quite a while. The room was in total chaos. The elders were talking while Evan had an ugly expression. It looks like the decision that they'd settled on wasn't something that Zhao Hai would like. Zhao Hai knit his brows. Then he turned his head to Kair and said, "Kair, what did they just discuss?" Kair replied, "Evan proposed that the Purcell family should leave the Purcell duchy behind and go with the Buddha clan. He said that it would be the best for the family if they were to re-establish themselves in Golden Island." However, the elders didn't agree. What they wanted was to reconcile with the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai frowned. Kair continued. "The elders stated that the Purcell family came to this point because they had helped us, making them have a falling out with the Radiant Church. If they didn't help us in the past, the Radiant Church wouldn't have targeted them, and the Purcell family would have no problems." At this time, a voice was suddenly heard. It was a woman's voice. When Zhao Hai and the others turned their attention back to the monitor, they saw that it was Ruian. Ruian stood up and said loudly, "All of you shut up. Did you hear what you just said? Reconcile with the Radiant Church? How would you do that? Don't you know how the Radiant Church does things? If we rely on the Radiant Church, the final result would be them annexing our Purcell family. Is that what you people want to see? Are you really from the Purcell family?" After Ruian talked, an elder coldly snorted and said, "Ruian, I don't think this is the place for you to talk. How can you be sure that the Radiant Church would annex our Purcell family? And going to Golden Island? If we go there, we would be depending on the Buddha clan to survive. Is that good? What, do you also want to marry Zhao Hai? Stop dreaming. He's now the Rosen Emperor's son-in-law. He wouldn't take a liking towards someone like you." The elder's words made Ruian pale. She was angry right now. If Zhao Hai didn't take care of the Radiant Church, we would have already been eliminated by Boris. But now, you wanted to rely on the enemy. You really have no courage. You are not worthy to be a person of the Purcell family. Another elder talked. Ruian, speak cleanly. And who did you call an enemy? And how do you think we got this enemy? It's because of Zhao Hai. If it weren't because of Zhao Hai, then we wouldn't be offending the Radiant Church. Then our Purcell family wouldn't have reached the point that we're in today." Ruian coldly snorted and said, "If it weren't for Zhao Hai, would our Purcell family survive from our previous food shortage? You remember how the food prices were supposed to inflate? Who do you think is behind all that? It's Boris. He had always wanted to eliminate our Purcell family since a long time ago. If it weren't for Zhao Hai and Laura, then our Purcell family would find it hard to survive that time." "You fools. always living in your fantasies. Do you really expect the Radiant Church to help us? They just want an excuse to infiltrate our family and gain control. Even a fool can see it. But now you people really wanted this to happen. This is making me sad for the family. Zhao Hai stared at the fuming Ruian. He didn't expect Ruian to take his side, but what she said was true. It seems like he had underestimated Ruian. She's actually not just a fragile vase. Chapter 533. The Final Decision. Laura was similarly surprised that she said, I didn't think that Ruian would have that side of her. When I saw her before, she seemed like a fragile little miss. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just quietly stared at the screen. After Ruian's speech, the elders immediately went to refute. In any case, the elders only wanted one thing, and that was to reconcile with the Radiant Church and not to depend on the Buddha clan. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. It looks like there has been no good result. It seems like the Purcell family has finally come to an end. Just as Zhao Hai imagined, Evan wasn't able to change the Elder Assembly's final decision. When the elders and the others left, Ruian remained and looked at her tired father. Father, you should know that siding with the Radiant Church would mean the end of our Purcell family. The Radiant Church has been doing well. They even have the Ixu Empire in their hands. However, this would also increase the vigilance of other nations. At this time, going to the Radiant Church's side wouldn't be a good idea. Evan sighed and said, I also know about that. However, it's useless. If the Elders' Assembly is determined, even the Elder Origin Sword Saint wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Alright, no need to talk about this. I'll go talk to Elder Origin Sword Saint about this. I'll have him follow you and the younger generation to go towards Golden Island. You shall establish your branch of the Purcell family there. No matter what happens in the duchy, at the very least our Purcell family can survive. Ruian stared. She looked at Evan and said, Father, isn't this bad? We are still too young. Even if Elder Origin Sword Saint is with us, it would be very difficult for our family to recover again. Evan shook his head. That's the only thing we can do. No need to talk about this any longer. You go and leave. Ruian couldn't bear to look at Evan, so she turned around to leave. Evan sat alone in the room for quite some time. Then he sighed, stood up, and headed outside. While looking at the screen, Zhao Hai knew that Evan would certainly approach Origin Sword Saint. The Purcell family had reached a point between life and death. Seeing from the elders' reactions, it seems like they had already been bought by the Radiant Church. The reason why the Radiant Church wasn't able to fully infiltrate the Purcell family was Origin Sword Saint. The prestige of Origin Sword Saint was vastly renowned in the continent. Even if the Radiant Church were to send 4 or 5 ninth ranks, they still wouldn't be confident in stopping Origin Sword Saint from escaping. The Radiant Church had already lost so much 9th rank experts. If they were to lose more in the Purcell Duchy, then it would be impossible for them to move any more freely. Therefore, they chose to buy out the Purcell family's elders. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others, then said, It looks like it can only be like this. Care. Pay attention to the state of the Purcell family. After they are ready, tell me and I'll go pick them up. Let's go see Uncle Robert. Laura and the others nodded. Then they went back to Iron Mountain Fort along with Zhao Hai. The sky has already turned dark, but Iron Mountain Fort still stayed bright. It was because Care emitted a faint light to illuminate the building. Therefore, even if it was already dark, people can still be seen walking around the castle. Zhao Hao and the others directly went to the part of the fort where the Xi family were staying. Since this place was an old castle, There aren't a lot of courtyards inside. Zhao Hai can only divide an area for the family to live in. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the part of the castle before long. When they were seen by a person from the Xi family, they were immediately led towards Robert's room. While inside his room, Robert received a notification that Zhao Hai was waiting outside. The two spoke briefly before they entered the living room. After having sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Robert and said, "Uncle Robert, have you become familiar in living here? Do you have any other needs? You can just send your requests to Grandpa Green." Robert smiled and said, "I've already been familiarized with the place. This place is good. In fact, it is very good. If I told other people about the state of Iron Mountain Fort, I think that nobody would believe me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That is good. I might get busy in the following days. I have already prepared to release your family's demise to the entire continent, letting the people know about the Radiant Church's ruthlessness." "Uncle Robert, do you have any disagreements about this?" Robert shook his head and said, "Why should I disagree? Go let the people in the continent know how terrible the Radiant Church is." Zhao Hai nodded, and said, "Rest assured, I wouldn't make the Radiant Church have any better days. You should take a rest here in Iron Mountain Fort and get acquainted with what is happening here. If you want to go to Golden Island, then we need to wait until the situation outside calms down a bit. After that, I will have someone send you to the island." Robert shook his head and said, "Little Hai, no need. The family has already reached an agreement. Starting today, the Xi family would be a vassal of the Buddha clan. We are willing to help the clan in managing the Black Wasteland." Zhao Hai acted surprised as he stood up and said, "That's fantastic. Thank you, Uncle Robert." "Thank you so much. But I still hope to have some people in your family head to Golden Island and do business for your family, or they can also help us manage the island. Do you agree?" Robert looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "You don't need to inquire me about this. We shall go send some of our members to do business as well as help you manage the island. In any case, Golden Island is after all a goose that lays golden eggs." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, then that matter is decided. But you still need to rest here for a few days. I've already arranged for your stay. You don't need to worry about anything, right? Since you're staying in Iron Mountain Fort, you need to get acquainted to the place. I'll tell Grandpa Green tomorrow and have him take you for a walk around the fort so that you can learn as much as possible about the place." Robert nodded. "All right, then I'll be troubling Housekeeper Green." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not much of a trouble, Uncle Robert. I'll be leaving first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa Green." Robert nodded and then escorted Zhao Hai out. After Zhao Hai got outside, he immediately returned to the space and went to Golden Island. He must go see Kun and ask about the letter that was handed over to him. Golden Island was now very prosperous. A lot of merchants were passing in and out of the harbor. With the amount of arrivals coming to the island, they were even compelled to make a new harbor. Golden Island's tax rate was very low, and pirates were also coming here to trade, which in turn attracted merchants. This situation showed that Zhao Hai's initial strategy was correct. This free port did indeed become very popular. Kun was reviewing some documents at this time. Although he had the help of the Marquis family, he was still very busy. With the amount of things needed to be done in the island, it was evident that they still lacked manpower. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He directly opened the door and walked in. When Kun saw Zhao Hai walk in, he immediately placed his pen down and laughed. "Little Hai, you returned. You really make this old man smile. Why did you come? You want me to take a rest?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Can anybody work harder than you? With how you work, Nobody would believe you if you say that you're old. Laura has a lot of things to do as well. Don't even mention me. Kun snorted and said, don't you dare deceive me. What do you guys really do? Forget it. Don't tell me. But you can't forget about my state here. There's a serious shortage of manpower here. We need to solve it as soon as possible. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry. Some people will come soon. I think you already know about the Xi family. Some of them will came to the island soon. You'll be able to relax then. Kun released a breath of relief. That's good. I've been very exhausted these days. You might not know, but Golden Island now has more than 5,000 shops. It's already quite exhausting dealing with these shops, but there's still the new roads that needed to be constructed. And there the new harbor as well. All of these things really do make me tired. Zhao Hai smiled. He didn't have anything to say about this matter. He can only continue. Grandpa Kun, have you sent the letter to the Kelsey family? This matter needs to be passed to the continent as soon as possible. Kun nodded and said, I've already handed it over to the Kelsey family. No need to worry about this. The Radiant Church had fully destroyed themselves this time. This information was enough to make all the royals and great nobles hate them. It wouldn't be too long before they collapse. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, not necessarily. Even if all that happened, the Radiant Church still had the Xi Empire in their control. In the end, they can still preach inside the empire. That wouldn't be necessarily bad for them, even if the nobles and commoners of the Xi Empire objects in the future. The church should have already acquired enough fanatics to not care about what happens. Kun nodded and said, I really didn't expect that the Xi Empire would come under the control of the Radiant Church. The church really has a lot of good methods, from what I can see with the Marquis family. If we hadn't exterminated them, they would eventually fall into the Radiant Church's hands. Zhao Hai sighed and said, the Radiant Church uses religion as a tool to control the people little by little. People would think that it was harmless at first, but when they finally notice, it would have already been too late. Kun nodded and said, how about the Persal Duchy? How is the situation there? Did the beastmen already arrive? When will they attack? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it seems like the Persal family's elders were already bought out. They fully resisted the idea of asking the Buddha clan for help. As for the beastmen, I really don't have any information, but I think it wouldn't take a long time. After all, the prairie is already out of food. Kun nodded, then he said, right. Is there any way to pull some people from the Persal family? Chapter 534, Seeing Marriott. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that would be very difficult. Now that the Xi Empire is under the control of the Radiant Church, I suspect that they already have people inside the Persal family. If we were to get some of them, then it would be very likely that we would get some of the Radiant Church's people as well. Kun frowned and said, what should we do? Both the Golden Island and Black Wasteland is in badly need of people. If we miss this opportunity, where can we get people? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Grandpa Kun, don't forget that war is approaching. In addition to the amount of dead, the number of slaves would increase as well. Their prices would be cheap because they aren't trained. Additionally, I can also turn the deceased into undead and have them take command of the people in the wasteland. This should somewhat solve our problem with manpower. Kun sighed and said, it looks like we can only do it like this. You have ordered 100,000 of slaves before, but since the situation has become tense, I think the slave trader wouldn't be able to send them any sooner. Zhao Hai nodded. You don't need to worry about this too much. After waiting for the war to settle, Brother Wales would be delivering 100,000 slaves over to me. Moreover, I can also exchange some more slaves from the other beastmen tribes. With those slaves, I think Black Wasteland would have no problems with numbers, Kun nodded. I hope that happens, right, Little Hai. A couple of days ago, a slave merchant approached me. He wants to make a shop in the island. What do you think? Kun knew that Zhao Hai didn't have any favorable impressions towards slave merchants. Therefore, he wanted to ask Zhao Hai if he agrees. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before saying, I agree. In any case, even if they don't have a shop here, we still need to buy some slaves. If they have shops here, then that would make our lives much easier. Kun nodded. Alright, I'll go send the approval. What are you planning to do next? Will you go back home or would you visit the Persal Duchy? Zhao Hai replied. There aren't a lot of matters to take care of back at home. I don't need to take personal command as well. On the other hand, I needed to pay careful attention towards the Persal Duchy. The family has prepared to have Origin Sword Saint escort their younger generation to come to Golden Island. I still need to receive them while at the same time see how the Persal family develops and understand the Radiant Church's next move. The Church is our biggest enemy. We have to pay close attention. Kun nodded. He also thinks that what Zhao Hai said was right, but he still frowned and said, I think monitoring them from the space is enough. No need to personally go there. When the war between humans and beastmen comes, do not participate. If you do so, trading with the beastmen would be more difficult in the future. Zhao Hai nodded. I will not only refrain from helping the humans, I would even help the beastmen instead. Since the Wuxia Empire had become the Radiant Churches, they certainly wouldn't let their territory get ravaged by the beastmen. Since it was definite that the church would move, I don't want the beastmen to suffer a lot. The beastmen hold grudges very seriously. If they lost too much, then I'm afraid they would wage war every year, and I can't let the Radiant Church have that. Kun knit his brows. Then he sighed. He didn't say anything, to be honest. Since he was a native to the Ark continent, he was in disagreement with Zhao Hai's method. Helping another race to deal with one's own was something that he didn't approve of. However, he had to recognize that the Radiant Church was the Buddha clan's greatest enemy while Zhao Hai was very close friends with the Beastmen. Considering the Buddha clan's future, it was a no-brainer that Zhao Hai would help the beastmen. Zhao Hai also knew about Kun's thoughts. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, the beastmen were more lovable than the humans. This wasn't Earth. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about any ethnic differences here. In Zhao Hai's mind, his true race were the Chinese back on Earth. To him, the humans in Ark continent were just another intelligent race. Therefore, supporting the beastmen instead of the humans didn't give him even a bit of pressure. Zhao Hai wanted to continue the topic. He looked at Kun and said, Grandpa Kun, after the Kelsey family and the Rosen Empire passes the information about the Xa family, you should also use the Marquis family to spread it around. The continent must know about it in the shortest period of time. Kun nodded. Rest assured, I have this matter prepared already. Right, Little Hai. You should go find the people from the Shelley family. The Shelley family is the continent's biggest hotel businessman. Their information network had penetrated the entire continent. Even with the suppression of the Radiant Church, their businesses were still able to thrive, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to pass this information over. This would certainly be achieving twice the result with half the effort. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before nodding. Alright, I'll go head to the hotel. There was now a Shelley Hotel laid in Golden Island, and it was currently the highest structure ever built. The architecture was also top-notch, and naturally, its business was doing very well. Most importantly, Zhao Hai came to know that the manager of this hotel was Marriott, the manager of Skywater City's Shelley Hotel. When Golden Island became open for business, He immediately arrived and became the hotel branch's manager. Zhao Hai's business with the Shelley Hotel had been going on all these time. The fire fishes, the vegetables and the milk wine had become the hotel's selling point. Therefore, it was already assured that the hotel would help Zhao Hai. Although the Radiant Church had been suppressing the hotel, this didn't affect its business too much. From the years of doing business in the continent, the family had made various dealings with great clans and royal families. They used money and benefit to weave their large net. Therefore, they weren't afraid of the Radiant Church's attack. On the contrary, thanks to the Haven products, the hotel's business had been going better than before. The suppression of the Radiant Church was only a superficial thing to them. The reason why Lionheart was able to prevail while dealing with the Shelley family was because he was in the Rosen Empire and was supported by the Rosen royal clan. Otherwise, Lionheart might have already been dealt with a long time ago. The Shelley family was extremely good in doing business. Just considering business prowess, they were a lot stronger compared to the Markey family. The only reason why the Markey family was able to rise faster was because they used shady methods. They would marry into some merchant family, establishing ties with them, and then had all of their successors killed off. This would essentially make all of that family's assets belong to the Markey family. It can be said that compared to the Shelley family, the Markey family were using despicable methods to gain wealth, but in terms of talent, they were way behind compared to the Shelley family. It was because of these reasons why Zhao Hai was able to extinguish the Markey family in one fell swoop. This method cannot be used against the Shelley family. After many years of spreading out, nobody knew the exact number of the Shelley family's members. How about the experts of the family? Nobody knows. Additionally, there were a lot of people who had been helped by the Shelley family. If people were to really deal with the Shelley family, the family can just invite countless experts to deal with the enemy. All of this was because of one rule made by the Shelley family. No matter who it was, once they enter the hotel would completely guarantee the safety of that person. Once the person leaves the hotel wouldn't be in charge anymore. This rule might look like nothing, but if someone were to offend a person and was then chased, he can always enter the Shelley Hotel and feel assured that the hotel would protect him. Once this person manages to get away, they would definitely be grateful towards the Shelley family. If the person was an ordinary man, then it might not be a big deal. However, what if this person was an expert? What if he becomes strong later on? Then he would definitely want to repay the hotel. This way, the Shelley Hotel had amasses quite a number of people who would come and help them. Additionally, even if these people wanted to repay, the hotel might not even agree. They might also use their power to help the person to improve. This way, even if the Shelley family had limited strength, nobody can really gauge how big their backing was. But the real reason why the Shelley family was able to survive all these years was their choice to handle their matters in a very low-key manner. Generally, they wouldn't participate in any fights or struggles, minimizing the amount of enemies that they would acquire while making friends everywhere. Zhao Hai was sitting in his carriage as it headed towards the Shelley Hotel. Although it was already evening, the hotel was still brilliantly illuminated. The place was very busy. It quickly became a landmark on Golden Island. The carriage that Zhao Hai was using right now was a carriage commonly used in the island. It wasn't very beautiful compared to the other carriages on the island. It was a bit bad. Zhao Hai arrived at the front door of the hotel and then went down from his carriage along with Shan. Shu stayed at the naval base while Laura and the others simply didn't come. As soon as Zhao Hai's carriage arrived, a person from the hotel immediately came and bowed to Zhao Hai. The hotel welcomes the arrival of Mr. I ask Mr. to come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and then walked towards the hotel. Inside the hotel's hall were a lot of people. There were groups of 2 of 3 standing there and chatting. After the attendant guided Zhao Hai in, he immediately asked, "Does Mr. want the reservation or a meal?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I am here to see Manager Marriott. Is he in?" The attendant stared. One must know that Marriott held great influence in this hotel, and since the Shelley family and the Buddha clan were in good terms, the hotel was extremely cared for by the Buddha clan. There were a lot of people who approached Marriott and asked him to help them say a few good words to Zhao Hai for them. However, Marriott was a man of principle, so he didn't help those people and decided to live in private. He would generally decline visitors. Any ordinary person cannot even see him. One should make an appointment first if one wanted to meet him. The attendant didn't recognize Zhao Hai, so when he heard that Zhao Hai wanted to see Marriott, he froze. This was because everybody who wanted to see Marriott would need to make an appointment first. Wanting to see Marriott through the attendants was a useless method. However, the attendant managed to recover immediately as he said, "Sir, the manager is extremely busy. If Mr. wants to meet the manager, Mr. needs to file for an appointment. If you have no appointment, it would be very difficult to see the manager." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if he is busy, just go tell him that Zhao Hai wants to see him. I'm sure he can find time to meet me." Zhao Hai's remark not only silenced the attendant, it silenced the entire hall as well. It must be said that in Golden Island, it was normal if people didn't know who the Rosen Emperor was. However, not knowing Zhao Hai was definitely impossible. Therefore, everybody present knew who Zhao Hai was. When they heard Zhao Hai say his name, all of them looked at him with awe. The attendant even appeared very excited. He immediately replied, "All right, I'll go call the manager right away." Then he ran towards the offices. After the attendant ran away, a humming sound was heard as the people in the hall were talking with one another. Some of them even wanted to approach Zhao Hai, but they were afraid of being disrespectful. Therefore, these people just stayed where they are and took occasional glances at Zhao Hai. Seeing the actions of these people, Zhao Hai immediately gave a short bow and said, "Everyone, since I have some matters to discuss with Manager Marriott today, I won't be able to accommodate any of you, but in the future, I hope we can have a meal together." The people present immediately returned the salute. At this time, Marriott walked out of his office and then went towards Zhao Hai and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Sir Marquis has arrived. I apologize for not being able to welcome you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I must say, Brother Marriott, you're being overly polite. What relationship do we have? Why do you need to say all these fancy greetings? Go, let's go and have a drink." "I wanted to drink so badly." Marriott laughed and said, "All right, then come in." Then he led Zhao Hai into his office. After Zhao Hai entered the office, a nearby noble immediately turned to his friend and said, "That was Zhao Hai Buddha, the Buddha clan's patriarch. That's what he looks like. I heard that he is a god of slaughter. How can he be so friendly?" His friend smiled and said, "You don't know, but I heard that Zhao Hai is very special. He is only ruthless to his enemies while he is extremely kind to his friends. You can see it from Marriott. He is only a manager of the hotel, but since Marquis Zhao Hai used to know him, the Marquis acted very friendly when they chat with each other." The noble nodded. Then his face expressed his regret. "Why didn't I get to know him before he became a Marquis? Who knows where I could have been right now?" His friend laughed and said, "Continue dreaming." Chapter 535. Overly popular breadfruit. Zhao Hai and Marriott entered inside Marriott's personal reception area. Although this hotel had just finished being constructed, this reception area was still luxuriously decorated. It even looked much better than back in Skywater City. After they sat down, Marriott looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Little Hai, why'd you find time to see me today? Do you need something?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want your Shelley family's help in a matter." Marriott smiled. "Don't be polite. Just tell me." Zhao Hai laughed and then said, "Ha ha, all right, take a look at this first." Then he handed a stack of papers over to Marriott. The stack contained the events that happened to the Xa family. Every detail was carefully written in those papers. This was the thing that Zhao Hai had prepared before. Marriott received the stack of papers and then carefully read them. Marriott was a very calm and smart man. He grew up in the Shelley family since he was a child, so he had certain understandings about different struggles in the continent. However, what the Radiant Church did was really quite excessive even to him. Although only the Xa family's matter was written on the stack of papers, Marriott had already speculated that there was a problem with the Xa Empire. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. If this was truly the case, the problem was much bigger than he had imagined. After some time, Marriott placed the papers down and then looked at Zhao Hai. "Is this real?" "How did the Xa Empire respond?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Of course it's true. The Xa family is now with me and in a very safe place." The Xa Empire didn't have any reactions to what happened. Not only did they not respond, they still went on and dealt with the Purcell family. The elders of the Purcell family have now been bought out, restraining the Purcell family from cooperating with my Buddha clan. Because of this, I suspect that the Xa Empire had now come into the control of the Radiant Church. The conclusion that Zhao Hai reached was the same as the one that Marriott had in mind. Therefore, Marriott nodded. He agreed with what Zhao Hai said. Then Marriott looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you think about this?" Zhao Hai snorted and said, "The Radiant Church had been too rampant. They actually dared to control a big empire." Later on, I'm prepared to hand this information over to father-in-law, making him spread the message to the entire continent. The Markey family shall help with this as well, so I hope the Shelley family can also aid me in releasing this information. We need to let the continent know what kind of organization the Radiant Church really is. When Marriott heard Zhao Hai, his eyes turned bright and then deeply looked into Zhao Hai's eyes. "All right, little Hai, we'll be giving you a hand." The reason why Marriott agreed immediately was because the Radiant Church was also suppressing the Shelley family quite recently. Even if the family had withstood and was not afraid of the Radiant Church, they cannot deal with the Radiant Church just like how they did with Grand Duke Lionheart. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, then that matter is settled. However, don't release the information immediately. When it's time, I'll have Grandpa Kun inform you." Marriott nodded. "Then that's settled, right? Do you want to stay and have a couple of drinks?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't. I still have some other things to do today. I need to head back and deal with those. Moreover, I'll be leaving Golden Island immediately." Marriott nodded. "All right, then I won't stop you. But the next time that you come here, you must drink a couple of glasses with me." Zhao Hai nodded with a smile, then turned around to leave. Marriott escorted Zhao Hai to his carriage before returning back to the hotel. After entering the hotel and greeting the guests, Marriott returned to his own room and wrote a long letter regarding the Xa family as well as Zhao Hai's request. He then had it sent to the Shelley family's headquarters. He wanted to know the family's thoughts on this matter. Marriott has promised Zhao Hai that he'd help, so he wouldn't renege on his words. Moreover, he also has the authority to make such a decision. But he still need to inform the family about this matter. This still needed to be discussed. The Shelley family was the Buddha clan's ally. It wasn't a problem if they wanted to help. However, there are many ways to lend a hand. The problem was how to do so. When Zhao Hai returned to the naval base, he immediately went to the space to have a rest. Nothing new happened in the Persal Duchy. Ruian and the others were also not yet ready. Honestly, Zhao Hai didn't want to make contact with Ruian. First, it was because of the previous events. He feels very embarrassed if they were to meet. The second was because Ruian had annoyed him before. He didn't want that event to be repeated in the future. The next day, Zhao Hai silently paid attention to the Persal family. At the same time, he was also observing the events back in the Beastman Prairie. The prairie was now fully prepared. They needed to attack the humans no matter how much they had prepared. Because of the food shortage, they needed to go into action. Therefore, they didn't have the time to store up some rations. The only thing that they can do was bring along some argali while they advanced. Argalis weren't quick, so they affected the march of the beastmen. Moreover, the Argalis would go ill once they enter human territories. It was because of this reason why beastmen would generally prefer to have rations. But unfortunately, they didn't have the time to prepare rations. They simply didn't have time. In this fight, each race prepared their own food and weapons. Then everybody arrived at a certain place before they set out in order to pillage the human territory. It was because of this solidarity that the beastmen weren't afraid of fighting all out. Naturally, if their losses were too high, they would retreat. After all, a race with small numbers would generally be swallowed up. Seeing how prepared the beastmen were, Zhao Hai reckoned that it would take less than a month before they arrived at the border of the Persal Duchy. At that time, the war would truly begin. He also looked at Atai and the others. Atai's current situation was very good. The beastmen knew that the shop had close relations with the wolf, bear, dog, and cow-headed races. Therefore, nobody went to the shop just to cause some trouble. And there was also one thing that made Atai very popular. It was the breadfruit. In this war, the other tribe's food can only be argali. It was because it was the most convenient thing they could bring at current time. However, the prairie wolf tribe, black bear tribe, dog-headed race, and the cow-headed race had some breadfruit. The breadfruit was extremely convenient. One could immediately eat it as soon as it was opened. It didn't even need cooking. It was the first time that the other beastmen saw such a fruit. This made them jealous. And when they heard that this fruit was provided by Magic Lily's shop, all of them became impolite, especially the huge warring clans. They immediately went to purchase some from Atai. Among them were the tiger clan that Atai intended to contact. There were also a lot of tribes inside the tiger-headed race. The one that Atai wanted to come in contact with were the Bali tiger tribe. 1. The Bali tigers weren't the biggest tribe in the tiger-headed race, but they were deemed to be the most attractive among them. Their appearance also had the general tiger stripes, but the way the stripes were arranged made them very beautiful. But they should not be underestimated just because they were attractive. Their fighting strength wasn't weak at all. Among the tiger-headed race, they can be ranked along the middle parts. Because Atai had prior inquiries with the Bali tigers, they were the first ones who had gotten some breadfruit. For the beastmen, this breadfruit became very important in this war. The fruit was both convenient and can last a long time. It was not only their convenience that attracted the beastmen. The most important thing was that the fruits weren't argali. Argalis were the most treasured commodity of the beastmen, so they want to save them as much as possible. The reason why the beastmen didn't bring some bamboo rice was because it was very inconvenient. Not only were they hard to bring, they don't last long either. More importantly, with how much the beastmen eat, they would need to bring large amounts of pots in order to cook the rice. This would further hinder their advance. On the other hand, the breadfruit can be eaten immediately after it was opened. It expands as well, making one fruit enough for one beastman. For races with small appetites like the wolf-headed race, one fruit could sustain two people. Therefore, the breadfruit became the beastman's #1 choice for war rations. Tai didn't become polite. Zhao Hai had instructed him to use this opportunity to establish his reputation, but he wasn't prepared to sell too much breadfruit. If the beastmen approached him, he would tell them that Zhao Hai only left him no more than 300 million jin of breadfruit. 300 million jin might sound like a lot, but for the entire beastman race, it was just akin to pouring a cup of water towards a burning carriage. It was utterly insufficient. Tai was also smart. He directly asked the black bears to come forward and be the ones to inform all of the beastmen about his meager 300 million jin supply of breadfruit. If they wanted to buy some, they needed to divide the amount among themselves. The beastmen didn't embarrass Tai. Moreover, even if the beastmen always get in disagreement with each other, they were unnaturally in one mind when it came to war. Therefore, the big warring clans acquiesced and divided the breadfruits among themselves. Later on, they had found out that the prairie wolves had the most supply of breadfruit. This made them force the prairie wolves to sell some their fruits and trade them for argali. The wolves agreed to this arrangement. They had bought the breadfruits for gold, but it was now exchanged for argali. For the prairie wolves, this trade was very cost-effective. In normal times, if they took some gold to other beastmen to trade for argali, they would be seen as idiots. Therefore, the wolves didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. They left some breadfruits for themselves and then sold the other ones. 1. It's stated in the raws as Lee Tiger, but I don't know what those were, so I went with the closest sounding one. Chapter 536, Purcell Family's Tragedy. The prairie wolves weren't wealthy, so now that an opportunity has arrived, they certainly wouldn't let it go. At this time, they were actually feeling regretful. They regretted that they turned down the prior 1 billion jin of breadfruit that Zhao Hai intended to give them. When they heard that they were about to head to war, they kept the 300 million jin and declined the remaining amount. If they knew that this situation would happen, they wouldn't have declined the 1 billion jin, but it was always too late to regret. They can only settle on their gains this time. On the other hand, the one who gained greatly was Tai. Not only did he establish a relationship with the Bali tigers, he also managed to promote the breadfruit. In the future, the fruit would certainly become popular in the prairie. Zhao Hai also knew about this development. Although he had countless amounts of breadfruit in the space, he wasn't planning to take those out right now. If he gave them the breadfruit, the beastmen would stop attacking the human territories. Zhao Hai wanted the beastmen to wage war right now. It wasn't because Zhao Hai hated them. It was because he doesn't want to wipe the buttocks of the Radiant Church. This incident was caused by the Radiant Church, so even if a lot of civilians were to die, Zhao Hai wanted the Radiant Church to remember this lesson for a long time. The Radiant Church was his enemy, and Zhao Hai wasn't a saint either, so he certainly wouldn't help the Radiant Church. This war, for him, was a very good thing. Since there weren't any problems with the beastmen, Zhao Hai shifted his attention to the Purcell duchy. It wasn't only the Purcell family that he was looking at. He also focused on the other people in the duchy. He wanted to see what the Radiant Church would do, and he also wanted to see which ones were the spies of the Radiant Church. The space's functions were now quite formidable. Since he already had the map of the entire continent, it was natural that he also had the map of the entire Purcell duchy. Because of this, it was very easy for him to monitor the duchy. After 2 days of surveillance, Zhao Hai finally found some people of the church. These people were experts, but they weren't ninth ranks. Ninth rank experts aren't cabbages that can just be plucked. The Radiant Church had painstakingly trained them for years, so they cannot just casually send them. Among the people that were sent, there were some 8th ranks mixed in. The majority of them were 7th and 6th ranks, which numbered around 2,000. The 8th ranks, on the other hand, only amounted to about 500. One could see the Radiant Church's strength just from this exhibition. Besides these people, there were also armies of the families surrounding the Purcell Duchy. As soon as the Purcell family falls, they would immediately come and occupy the duchy. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai understood that the Wuxia Empire definitely wouldn't let the Purcell family off. The family would have to be sacrificed to the beastmen, completely eliminating the Purcell surname from the continent. After thinking about this point, Zhao Hai cannot help but have a taunting smile on his face. His ridicule was of course meant for the elders of the Purcell family. For a meager benefit, they took their entire family to its demise. Fortunately for the Purcell family, they had 2 smart members. At the very least, Evan and Ruian's minds were in the right place. Zhao Hai also knew that these elders might have not acted out all for the sake of benefits. They might have also thought about the Purcell family. However, they didn't really understand the Radiant Church. Therefore they managed to make this mistake. The Purcell family elders might be selfish, but they weren't fools. They knew that they only had their current power because of the Purcell family. If the Purcell family were to vanish, then they would become nothing. The reason why they rejected the idea of moving to Golden Island was because they received some promises and benefits from the Radiant Church. At the same time, they were also afraid of losing their current status. If the Purcell family were to move to Golden Island, the place was the Buddha clan's domain and wasn't the Purcell family's. When they arrived there, they wouldn't be able to have the influence that they had in the Purcell Duchy. Because of this, they went all out in opposing to move to Golden Island. They had held into the hope that the Purcell family might be able to keep the Purcell Duchy. Another 2 days later, Zhao Hai saw that Ruian and the others have prepared themselves, so he immediately left the space and flashed to the Purcell Duchy. There were now a lot of commoners who had left and some were still on the process of leaving. The Purcell Duchy were now having food problems. If they didn't leave, they would die of starvation. But these commoners didn't have any resentment towards the Purcell family. The family had always been good to them. The prices in the duchy weren't high, the taxes were kept low, and most importantly, cases of them bullying the commoners were very rare. Also, their schools were cheap as well. There were commoners who had their children attend these schools. This made the Purcell family very popular among the commoners. Although these commoners didn't know about high-level affairs, they can still roughly guess that the Wuxia Empire had already given up on the Purcell Duchy, which made the commoners even more dissatisfied towards the empire. The reason for that was Zhao Hai's continual propaganda. He let the people of the Wuxia Empire know that the Beastmen's attack to the human lands this time was caused by the Radiant Church. Now that the Beastmen were coming, the Wuxia Empire actually didn't send any troops to support the Purcell Duchy. This made the commoners very discontented of the empire. Then there was another news that came to the Purcell Duchy. It stated that the Radiant Church had become honored guests in the royal capital. The nobles were respectful to them. Even the emperor was very polite when interacting with them. This information was just like a blasting fuse, making all of the Purcell Duchy commoners furious towards the Wuxia Empire's royal clan. It was already known that the Beastmen attack was caused by the church, but they actually didn't do anything about it. Instead, they even accepted the church as honored guests. They didn't even send some reinforcements to the duchy, stating their neglectful stance towards the commoners. At this time, The Purcell family had also taken action. They sent some people from the family and organized the commoners in leaving the duchy. This was because the duchy would soon become a battlefield. These commoners weren't willing to leave, however. The Purcell family urged them to. The Purcell family knew that they don't have the ability to keep these commoners safe. They couldn't even guarantee the safety of their own family. So how could they guarantee the safety of these commoners? The commoners understood as well that the Purcell family won't provide any help even if they stayed. Some of them had friends and families in other places, so they chose to go there. For those who didn't have both friends and families, they still needed to leave the duchy. When Zhao Hai arrived at Casa City, there weren't a lot of people left inside. Zhao Hai didn't care about any of these and just took his carriage towards the Grand Duke's mansion. Zhao Hai already expected the commoners to leave, but he still paid attention to them. When the commoners were leaving, the Radiant Church didn't act too hard on them. This may be because the church knew that their current actions were already excessive. If they were to act hard on these commoners, the other commoners of the Wuxia Empire might feel discontented with them. Seeing that these commoners were safe, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Although he wanted these commoners to go to the Black Wasteland, he understood that this situation wasn't realistic. When Zhao Hai's carriage entered the back gates of the mansion, he saw Evan already waiting for him there. Evan was now used to the mysterious appearance and disappearance of Zhao Hai. He had sent people in Casa City to look for Zhao Hai, only to know that Zhao Hai wasn't inside the city. But when Zhao Hai's carriage heads to the mansion, the guards at the city gates were always not aware of his arrival. This fact made Evan very confused. Most importantly, Zhao Hai always came at the right time. With the slightest bit of trouble, Zhao Hai would appear. Like this time, they had just finished preparing and haven't informed Zhao Hai yet, but he actually came to the mansion. After inviting Zhao Hai to sit down, Evan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, since you came, I think you already know that we are ready." Zhao Hai nodded. "I do. But not only that, I also must tell you that the Radiant Church had sent 2,000 experts as well as 500 8th ranks. At the same time, there were also armies on the surrounding borders of the Purcell Duchy. All of them are waiting for the Purcell family to fall before they charge and secure the territory." Evan made a ridiculing smile and said, "I've already guessed this for a long time. Those guys surely wouldn't let us go. It is a pity that the people in our family are still living in their fantasies. But fortunately for us, Elder Sword Saint agreed to my opinion. He will be bringing Ruian and the others to follow you. Later on, I'll have to depend on you to look after Ruian." Zhao Hai nodded. "Rest assured, I shall look after them. If there's an opportunity later on, I shall help them regain the Purcell family's status." Evan let out a long breath and then said, "I'll be depending on you. If you think that they're worth helping, then help them. If they're not, then as long as you let them live a happy life, I would be able to rest assured." Zhao Hai looked at Evan and then said, "Uncle Evan, you should come as well. If you're present, I believe that the Purcell family would reappear much more beautifully." Evan shook his head and said, "That's a bad idea. Everybody can leave, but not me. I am the Purcell family's patriarch. If I leave, then the Purcell family would certainly come to its end. I'd rather die in battle here. I will not leave." Zhao Hai sighed. He knew that any more urging would be useless. Evan was adamant on staying. Chapter 537, Final Request. Evan has his own pride. Zhao Hai understood this. He had his own pride as well. Therefore, he didn't say anything else after Evan expressed his intention to stay. The only thing he could do right now was to look after Ruian. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't say anything, Evan knew that Zhao Hai had understood him. Then Evan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I want you to promise me one thing. Zhao Hai looked at Evan. Then he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He can probably guess what Evan was about to say, but this request would place Zhao Hai in an awkward situation. Looking at Zhao Hai's frown, Evan knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't immediately agree. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Little Hai, Uncle is begging you, this would be my last request." Zhao Hai knew that Evan was already thinking that he would die. Even if Evan wasn't killed by the beastman, the Radiant Church would still not let him off. The Radiant Church knew about his relationship with Zhao Hai. The church might let the other insignificant members of the Purcell family go, but they definitely wouldn't spare Evan. Another reason was because Evan was the Purcell family's patriarch and was in total opposition of the Radiant Church. His existence would make the church's plans to control the Purcell family very hard. Zhao Hai sighed. Then he looked at Evan and said, "Uncle, tell me. I'll listen to it." Evan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You should have already guessed it. I want you to marry Ruian." Little Hai, marrying Ruian is not only for her sake, but also to my Purcell family. After this event, the family would surely decline. These people are still too young. If you don't have a connection with them, it would be very hard to let them follow you. I will pass the position of patriarch to Ruian so that they would listen to your words. I believe that under your leadership, the Purcell family would grow much better." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He already expected Evan's request. He was engaged with Ruian before. Then when the Buddha clan met their misfortune, Ruian wanted to break their engagement, and adding on to Ruian's reputation, Zhao Hai has no reason to marry Ruian. His current identity was now beyond Ruian's level. However, he had no other way but to consider Evan's request. Evan already expects to be killed. He already knew that he would die. With how Evan helped their family in the past, Zhao Hai couldn't just decline his request. Evan looked at Zhao Hai's reaction. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would decline. He didn't lie. In fact, he only wanted Ruian to marry Zhao Hai. It didn't matter what happens to their relationship in the future. As long as this connection exists, people would still give the Purcell family a little bit of face. And as he said, the people who would follow Ruian were the younger elite generation of the Purcell family, but they were still too young and full of vigor. With the disaster of the Purcell family, those youths would certainly panic. Even if Ruian had the title of patriarch, it wasn't certain that they would follow her, but it would become a completely different matter if Zhao Hai was present. Who was Zhao Hai? He's the Buddha clan's patriarch, the son-in-law of both the Kelsey family as well as the Rosen Emperor. He's also the Lord of Golden Island, and was deemed as one of the most powerful patriarchs in the continent. These statuses were enough to make one shake upon meeting him. As long as the Purcell family establishes a connection with him, the family would have hope for the future. In fact, it wasn't only Zhao Hai who can safeguard the family's future. There's one other person who can, and it's Origin's Sword Saint. He's a 9th rank expert. As long as he appears, people will certainly behave. However, Origin's Sword Saint has his own matter to take care of, so he couldn't always take charge. In fact, Evan also had a small worry about Origin's Sword Saint. The saint wasn't young anymore. Nobody knew how long he has left to live. If he died, and the Purcell family wasn't able to produce another 9th rank, then the family would be over. They would never recover in the future. If Ruian gets married to Zhao Hai, everything would be different. The Buddha clan had more than one 9th rank expert under their wing. Everyone in the continent knew this. If the Buddha clan doesn't fall, then even if Origin's Sword Saint died, the Purcell family wouldn't be afraid of anything with the Buddha clan as its backer. Zhao Hai thought for quite some time. When Evan was about to open his mouth, he said, "Uncle Evan, I can't promise this to you right away. You should know that I'm already married right now. I still need to discuss this with my wives as well as with Grandpa Green. And just like you, I don't only represent myself, but the Buddha clan as well." When he heard Zhao Hai, Evan can only sigh. Although he felt down, he knew that he cannot force Zhao Hai about this right now. Evan nodded. "All right. Please consider this matter slowly. Ruian and the others are now prepared. You take them away whenever you want." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can take them away right now. In fact, I already have my spatial magic prepared. I can deliver them to Golden Island at the shortest amount of time. This is why I can still appear in Kosa City even if you can't find me." Evan nodded. He already guessed something in line with this. He then said, "When they arrive at Golden Island, you must take care of them. I have given the majority of the Purcell family's riches to Ruian. I hope they can live even a little bit better." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't say anything more and just stood up. Evan stood as well, and then the two headed outside silently. Before long, the two of them arrived at a remote courtyard in the mansion. Even if this courtyard was isolated, its perimeter was heavily guarded. When he entered the courtyard, Zhao Hai saw Ruian. Ruian was standing inside the courtyard and stared at the city's walls. He didn't know what she was thinking about, but Zhao Hai can see the sadness in Ruian's eyes. After hearing the sounds of footsteps, Ruian immediately turned her head and saw Evan and Zhao Hai coming in. For a moment, Ruian's eyes flashed a hint of desolateness. Ruian once hated her father. In her mind, her father was incompetent. However, her father actually managed to use an opportunity and snatched the power of patriarch. Even if she was regretful, she still tried her hardest. Now, some important tasks were even handed over to her. Zhao Hai, who had changed his name, was also one of the people who she disliked the most. So in order to break their engagement, she even gambled her own reputation, and then succeeded in the end. However, Zhao Hai has now become the patriarch of one of the most powerful family in the continent. Moreover, he also has gained beautiful wives as well as a noble status much higher than Ruian's. Ruian had completely lost confidence upon seeing these two people, but she was convinced that she can't be wrong this time. The Purcell family can survive if they work with the Buddha clan. Relying on the Radiant Church would only bring disaster to the family. Ruian walked to meet them and then gave her greetings to Evan and Zhao Hai. "I've seen Father and Marquis Zhao Hai." Evan nodded. Zhao Hai returned the courtesy. "Lady Ruian is too polite. I came today to meet you." Ruian nodded. Then she said loudly, "Everybody, gather around." Before long, young men and women came out of the rooms of the courtyard. The oldest of them was about to reach 30 years old while the youngest one looks just over 10. They numbered less than 100. One could say that they are the Purcell family's hope for the future. When these people came out, they had a slight reluctance on their faces, but when they saw Evan, the expression disappeared as they stood there obediently. Evan looked at them and said, "All of you are elites of the family. You should already know the family's situation right now, so I won't say anything more. You will follow Zhao Hai to Golden Island today. You are the last hope of the Purcell family. If the family were to fall today, all of you should establish yourselves in Golden Island and pave road for the future of our Purcell family. Do all of you understand?" Everybody simultaneously said, "We understand." Evan nodded. "This operation will be headed by Ruian. You must always listen to her when you arrive at Golden Island. You should listen to Zhao Hai as well. If the family were to survive this ordeal, you may come back here. If we don't, then Ruian will become the family's patriarch. You must obey her orders." These youths couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They didn't expect Evan to say those words today. Most importantly, They were puzzled about Evan handing the position of patriarch over to Ruian. Evan looked at them and coldly snorted. "Do not think that this is my decision. The elders' assembly agreed to it as well. Do you think that I'm deceiving you?" The youth's expressions changed. Then they said, "We won't dare." Evan gave a nod. "Good, Ruian. Receive the scepter." Then Evan placed his hand inside his robe and put out a scepter. This was the scepter of the Purcell family's patriarchs. Ruian received the scepter with a serious expression. Then Evan turned his head towards the others and said, "Remember, all of you are the hope of the Purcell family. If the family suffers disaster, all of you would have the responsibility to revive it. I don't have a lot of requests for you. Only that you must stay united. If you are united, you can do a lot more. You understand?" The youths answered, "We understand." Evan then said, "All right, you shall be following Zhao Hai. Remember, no matter what you see, you shouldn't be surprised. Don't talk to others about it as well. If you do, then I will have Ruian use her power as the patriarch and punish you for betrayal." Betrayal was a grave offense with regards to a family. It was even punishable by death. So upon hearing Evan, the youths became surprised. Then they immediately focused on what would happen next. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared on Evan's side. Then everybody bowed towards the shadow, including Evan. "We've seen Elder Origin Sword Saint." Origin Sword Saint nodded. Then he turned to Evan and said, "I'll be handing the family over to you. Remember, even if you die in battle, you cannot lose face for the Purcell family. Don't worry about the children. I shall take care of them." Evan nodded and said, "Yes, Elder, rest assured." Then Origin Sword Saint turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch Zhao Hai, I would have to trouble you this time." Zhao Hai was very respectful to the old man. He bowed and said, "Sir Sword Saint is too polite." Then he took out his magic staff and muttered an incantation. After some time, he waved the magic staff as a rift appeared in front. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Ruian and the others then said, "Have everyone line up and enter the rift one by one." Upon entering the rift, you will notice that there will be a fog around you, but don't panic and move around. Just stay inside and before long another rift would appear. Then you can use that to exit. The youths present stared blankly into the rift. Although they had heard about space magic, they hadn't actually seen one in person. Now that a spatial rift appeared in front of them, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Origin Sword Saint didn't hesitate and immediately stepped into the rift. When he entered, the others reacted and followed him in one by one. The last one to enter the rift was Ruian. After Ruian walked in, Zhao Hai turned and bowed to Evan. He didn't say anything else and just entered the spatial rift. After seeing the rift shrink, Evan couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. At the same time, the people inside the space were feeling strange as well. They were currently surrounded by a dark mist, but when they saw their other companions, their hearts settled a little bit. But the most surprised of them all was Origin Sword Saint. One shouldn't forget that he was a 9th rank expert and can scan everything around him using mind power. Therefore, when he stepped into the space, he immediately scanned his surroundings, and surprisingly, his mind power cannot penetrate the dark mist. It was as if they were in a completely different pocket of reality. He hasn't experienced such a situation before. This made him quite surprised. At this time, another spatial rift appeared in front of them. Then they heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Everyone, please head out according to the order that you entered earlier. You don't need to hurry, so don't push each other." Origin Sword Saint didn't care so much. He just lifted his legs and stepped out. Others followed his lead as they went out of the space one after another. When they arrived outside, They couldn't help but gawk. This was because this wasn't the Golden Island that they were expecting. They weren't even on land, they were currently at sea, on board a 5-masted ironclad ship. Chapter 538. The Sword Saint's Shock. The people looked around in surprise. They didn't think that they would be transported into a ship. They expected to be at Golden Island when they come out. Origin Sword Saint looked around and then turned his head to smile at Zhao Hai. Patriarch Zhao Hai is really careful. This old man admires that. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, Sir Saint is too polite. Sir can rest inside a cabin for now. In one day, we shall reach Golden Island. Origin Sword Zhao wasn't polite. He nodded to Zhao Hai and then turned around to enter the ship. Then he was led by an undead towards one of the rooms. Seeing that Origin Sword Saint went in, the other Purcell family youths quieted down. Zhao Hai looked at them and then turned his head to Ruian. Ruian, an undead will come and arrange a room for you. You go rest first. We'll be arriving at the island tomorrow. We need to do this so that people wouldn't get too suspicious. But rest assured, this region is under the control of my Buddha clan. We are completely safe here. Ruian had a complex expression when she looked at Zhao Hai before she said, Then I'll follow Sir Marquis arrangement. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Ruian, you're too polite. No matter what. Our two families have been friends for generations. We're also in the same generation. Calling me Brother Hai is fine. Don't call me Sir Marquis. It makes me feel like an outsider. When Ruian heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then after looking at Zhao Hai for quite some time, she murmured, Thank you, Brother Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You're welcome. Then he waved his hand as an undead came over. He turned his head to the others and said, Everyone, these undead will be leading you to your rooms. Remember, a room can have up to 4 people. The Purcell family youths were very obedient. They knew the identity of Zhao Hai. Even if he's still young, Evan was already polite to him. The youths also knew that even if Evan held a higher title than Zhao Hai, with regards to their influence in the continent, Zhao Hai certainly held the upper hand. Although these Purcell family youths were considered as elites, they wouldn't be able to hold a candle against Zhao Hai's identity. Therefore, when met with Zhao Hai's words, all of them can only follow just like how a child obeys an adult. A 5-masted ship is spacious, and with the crew being undead and didn't need to rest, there was ample room for all of the youths to be accommodated. Settling 100 people wasn't a problem at all. Then Zhao Hai made sure that Ruian had been settled. Naturally she was alone on her room. After arranging for Ruian's accommodation, Zhao Hai didn't enter the space immediately. Instead, he went to visit Origin Sword Saint. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Origin Sword Saint's voice, Patriarch Zhao Hai, come in. Zhao Hai pushed the door and then went in. This room was specifically prepared by Zhao Hai. There weren't anything much inside it, only a table and a bed. The room was not large. Having those furniture was already enough. The other rooms of the Purcell family youths, on the other hand, only had 2 bunk beds. Zhao Hai gave his greetings and said, Is Sir Sword Saint comfortable? If you need anything just say it. An undead will come and serve you. I just hope that Sir doesn't get put off. There were a lot of people in the continent who found the undeads very repugnant. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, Origin Sword Saint faintly smiled and said, You're too polite. This man is already old. I can accept almost anything, right? Since Patriarch came to visit, are you here to tell me about your space magic? Zhao Hai stared. He finally understood that 9th ranks weren't only strong, they were also wily foxes just like this old man in front of him. He quickly replied, So Sir Sword Saint had already found out. Origin Sword Saint nodded and said, I haven't seen space magic, but I'm fairly sure that it isn't the same as what you just did. Moreover, since I reached 9th rank, I can use mind power to scan my surroundings, but even my mind power was unable to scan your magic. This feat alone is very outstanding. Therefore, I reckoned that it might not be space magic, but instead a space-type divergent ability. Zhao Hai nodded. Sir Sword Saint's eyes are truly blazing like torches. It is indeed a space-type divergent ability. I came here to discuss this matter. Sir Sword Saint, please come along with me. Then a spatial rift suddenly appeared right beside Zhao Hai. Origin Sword Saint looked at the spatial rift next to Zhao Hai. He clearly saw that when Zhao Hai made this rift appear, he wasn't whispering any incantations. It seems like the incantations that he did earlier was just a facade for others to see. Origin Sword Saint didn't say anything else and then stepped into the rift. Then he was followed by Zhao Hai, but when the Sword Saint entered the space, he couldn't help but get shocked. This space was completely different from what he had in mind. There was a blue sky above as well as green grass below. If it weren't for the villa, Origin Sword Saint might have mistaken it as a part of the Beastman Prairie. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared by his side and said, "Sir Sword Saint, this is my space, a divergent ability that I had acquired. This is an independent space, and here, I am a god. The reason for my Buddha clan's sudden rise was this." Origin Sword Saint turned his head at Zhao Hai. He was puzzled. Then he asked, "Since this is the case, why did you reveal it to me?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Because I believe that Sir Sword Saint wouldn't reveal it to anyone, right? I think Sir Sword Saint can feel it. The energy inside this place is about 10 times as much and as active as outside. This is a very good place to cultivate in. My Buddha clan's 9th rank experts are all practicing here." Origin Sword Saint then asked, "How many 9th ranks does the Buddha clan have? Where did they come from?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Altogether, our Buddha clan has 49th rank experts. These 9th ranks came from the Carrion Swamp. They are the same ones that signed an agreement with the human 9th ranks in the past." Origin Sword Saint stared at Zhao Hai. He didn't think that the Buddha clan would have that much 9th rank experts, and these 9th ranks actually came from the Carrion Swamp. Looking at Origin Sword Saint's expression, Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "This space can be upgraded little by little. It wasn't this powerful at the start, but it became stronger and stronger as time passes by." The Carrion Swamp's 9th ranks agreed to stay here because the space's water can solve the Carrion's Swamp's toxin. Origin Sword Saint understood what Zhao Hai meant. The Carrion Swamp has one of the most powerful poisons in the continent. If it weren't for the poisonous mist, it wouldn't have become one of the continent's 5 forbidden areas. Since Zhao Hai can solve the Carrion Swamp's poison, this made the 9th ranks able to go in and out of the swamp freely. No wonder they decided to join his side. Then when Origin Sword Saint thought about the Black Wasteland's situation, his expression couldn't help but change as he asked, "The Black Wasteland's poison was your making? Did you do anything to the Black Wasteland as well?" Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. "I did. I transformed it. The soil of the wasteland can now be planted. To be honest, with the strength of my Buddha clan, overthrowing the entire Wuxia Empire wouldn't be a problem. I just don't want to do it." Origin Sword Saint believed these words. With 49th rank experts, destroying the Wuxia Empire would be very easy. He just couldn't understand why Zhao Hai didn't want to. Zhao Hai looked at Origin Sword Saint and said, "Sir Sword Saint should know about the matters of the continent. Nobles, especially great nobles, aren't only powerful, They also had their members hold key positions in their respective nations. Although our Buddha clan has a lot of experts, we severely lack good leaders. We don't have any members who held great positions on any royal courts. If we overthrow the Xu Empire, what advantages would it bring to the clan? If I sit on the throne, then I'm afraid I would just get overturned by the other great nobles, and they would be the only ones benefiting from this event. So I might as well let the Buddha clan stay as a great noble family. Then we would be able to survive despite our small numbers while at the same time discouraging other people from bullying us. And also, the Black Wasteland is very big. I can just hop to make my own country here. Wouldn't it be interesting if I make my own country instead of snatching one? Origin's Sword Saint didn't expect this to be the case after he listened to Zhao Hai, but he had to agree that Zhao Hai was right. It wasn't always a good idea to be a monarch. In fact, royal families in the Ark continent are just great clans who manage to have other great clans become their vassals. At the same time, controlling a country and its nobles involved a lot of matters and intricacies. The Buddha clan was only a small family that is very strong. Zhao Hai had great strength. Did it mean that he would find it easy to be a king? Not necessarily. Even if he became a king with his own effort, it was possible for him to be overthrown by the collective might of the other nobles. This would only end in the Buddha clan's embarrassment. The Buddha clan's position right now was correct, and Zhao Hai's decisions were the right ones. Origin's Sword Saint didn't expect Zhao Hai to have thought about things up to this point. He wasn't blinded by strength, which was a rare thing for people in Zhao Hai's generation. Zhao Hai turned his head to Origin's Sword Saint and said, I invited Sir Sword Saint into the space to have you cultivate here. If Sir Sword Saint becomes stronger, it would be very good to both the Purcell family and my Buddha clan. As for the Purcell family youths, Sir Sword Saint doesn't need to worry about them much. I'll take good care of them. When Origin's Sword Saint heard Zhao Hai, he hesitated for a bit before he nodded. All right, then it's settled. I'll be cultivating here. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's great. Later, I'll have someone introduce you to the space. It would be best for Sir Sword Saint to speak to Ruian tomorrow. Naturally, you can't tell her about the space. You can just tell her that you're going into closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, they would panic when they notice your disappearance. Origin's Sword Saint nodded. Chapter 539. The Emperor's Worries. The next day, the ship arrived at Golden Island. It sailed directly to the military port and docked at the naval base. After arriving, Origin's Sword Saint approached Ruian and told her that he would need to do closed-door cultivation. Ruian knew that this thing was normal for 9th rank experts, so she didn't say anything. The reason why Zhao Hai invited Origin's Sword Saint over to the space was not because Zhao Hai was kind. Zhao Hai knew that the more a person stays inside the space, the more amiable they were towards Zhao Hai. Origin's Sword Saint was a 9th rank human expert, so how could Zhao Hai possibly let this opportunity pass? Naturally, this didn't mean that he didn't intend to help the Purcell family. On the contrary, he would support the Purcell family youths who came to Golden Island. Therefore, for the Purcell family youths, it wouldn't matter if they had a 9th rank expert to command them or not. Moreover, the Purcell family had now entered the same situation as the Xa family, but the Xa family had the better state. They still had their elites as well as their patriarch. On the other hand, the Purcell family now only has the younger generation. Even if they were full of energy, they were still very inexperienced. In this case, what the Purcell family needed was not a 9th rank expert, but a stable environment that would make them safe and allow them to grow at a stable pace. After arriving at Golden Island, Zhao Hai arranged a place for Ruian and the others to stay in. Then he asked Ruian whether they wanted to make their own business in the island or help the Buddha clan manage the place. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be giving them too much of an authority. He would just have them do ordinary office work, allowing them to accumulate some experience. If they chose to do business, Zhao Hai would provide them a place to set up shop. Ruian was an intelligent woman. She knew that this decision would affect the Purcell family's future. Although Ruian didn't express it, she knew that the chances of the Purcell family surviving back in the duchy was very small. The group in Golden Island might very well be the final hope of the Purcell family. It was precisely because of this that Ruian was thinking carefully about what they would do next. It was at this point that Ruian admired Zhao Hai. The Buddha clan's past situation wasn't as good as what they were in right now. However, Zhao Hai still managed to rise up in a short period of 1 year. This feat was too astonishing. Ruian thought for a moment before she went to discuss this matter with the others. In the end, they decided that the older people would have to do business on the island, allowing the Purcell family to have excess income. As for those who had little experience, they would help the Buddha clan in managing the affairs of the island and learn along the process. Zhao Hai agreed with Ruian's decision. Some of the group had experience in management. They had helped the family do their businesses in the past, so having them do business was the best choice. This would make them accumulate more experience while earning money for the Purcell family at the same time. As for the younger ones, even if they were specifically chosen by the family, they didn't have much experience. They still needed to learn a lot more, so the best choice for them was to help the Buddha clan in managing Golden Island. Zhao Hai immediately arranged for Ruian's matters. He also gave Ruian and the others a patch of land and built a house for them. This was Ruian's request. She didn't want to always live in the naval base. Ruian's appearance was soon made known to the people on the island. These people already knew about the relationship between the Purcell family and the Buddha clan. Therefore, when they saw the youths of the Purcell family in the island, they immediately understood what was going on. Almost all of the nobles in the continent would do the same thing as the Purcell family. When they encounter something that they weren't confident in dealing with, they would send some of their younger generation to a safe place. This would save their bloodline and would allow their family to reappear in the future, and nowhere is much more appropriate than Golden Island. Since the Purcell family and the Buddha clan were friends, it was natural that the Buddha clan would take care of these Purcell family youths. Additionally, because of how powerful the Buddha clan was, it was impossible for other people to covet the property of the Purcell family. Because of this, not only would the Purcell family live in the island in peace, their trades would also be very positive. Perhaps their rise would come sooner than later. But after Zhao Hai arranged all of these, he didn't guide them anymore. The business atmosphere in Golden Island was very good. Swindlers and scammers rarely appeared because these practices were banned in the island. If one defrauded another, the Buddha clan would judge them based on their sin and then would be disallowed from entering the island again. Although Ruian and the others were newcomers, the people in the island already knew of their relationship with the Buddha clan. Because of this, nobody dared to make a move on them. The reason why Zhao Hai left them to themselves was so that they could experience hardships themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get valuable experience. If everything were given to them on a silver platter, the Purcell family wouldn't be able to prosper. What Zhao Hai needs to do now was to pay attention to the situation back in the Purcell duchy. Almost all of the other nobles in the duchy had already left. The Purcell family was now divided. By Evan's decision, Ruian and the others were sent to Golden Island. The only people left in the duchy were the direct line of the Purcell family as well as the Purcell army. The entire duchy had turned into a dead landscape. It was almost impossible to see another person there right now. Zhao Hai also felt helpless regarding this situation, but he couldn't make a move. There were a lot of armies that surrounded the duchy, but none of them even set foot inside. This made Zhao Hai impatient. Just as Zhao Hai was planning to go to the duchy, a notification came from Kun. The Rosen Emperor was looking for Zhao Hai and was asking him to return to Carson City. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the reason, he knew that if it wasn't important, the Emperor wouldn't go and summon him. Therefore, he immediately went to the space and transported to his castle outside Carson City. Even if he wasn't always in the castle, it was still kept clean because of the servants that he brought here in the past. Zhao Hai rested inside the castle, and then on the next day he sat on his carriage and headed to Carson City. After Zhao Hai arrived at the Imperial Palace, he was immediately escorted to the Emperor's study. His status was the Emperor's son-in-law. Therefore he has his own special privileges inside the palace. Inside the study, the Emperor was sitting there looking at some documents. Zhao Hai took a step forward and said, "This one has seen father-in-law." The Emperor looked up and said, "Come, sit." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat on one side. The Emperor placed the document down and looked at Zhao Hai. "I hear that you have a good relationship with the beastmen?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I do. I'm friends with the cow-headed race and dog-headed race. I also have good relations with the black bear tribe and can also be considered to be an acquaintance of the prairie wolf tribe." The Emperor nodded and then said, "Do you know the true purpose why the beastmen are attacking the human domain?" Zhao Hai stared. Does father-in-law not know? The beastmen wanted to attack because the Radiant Church limited their food, so they wanted to retaliate. The Emperor frowned. Is it only this reason? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Father-in-law overthinks too much. The beastmen are people who are easy to get along with. If the Radiant Church didn't tamper with their food supply and created a food shortage in the prairie, there wouldn't be any war. Therefore, father-in-law doesn't need to worry too much." The Emperor sighed. "I have no other choice but to worry. I heard that the beastmen army this time is very large. If they extinguish the Wuxia Empire and decided to continue on to our Rosen Empire, our losses would be huge." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Father-in-law, you think too much. The Wuxia Empire wouldn't be that easily eliminated. Also, we have the Lifeline Canyon. It wouldn't be easy for the beastmen to fight over there. But I have an idea. We can stockpile more than a few gens of food. The beastmen only attacked because of food. If they actually come to us, we can just resist for a short time and then sell them some food for a low price. After that, they would surely retreat." The Emperor knit his brows and said, "If this happens, then wouldn't it be similar to the beastmen admitting defeat?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is only an arbitrary plan. After all, the situation might not even occur. We are also stockpiling some food until the end of the war because at that time, the Wuxia Empire's fields and granaries would surely be left ravaged. The price of food would then skyrocket. Even if it doesn't affect our Rosen Empire, we can still sell them our stockpiled food. It will surely net us a huge sum of money." The Emperor looked at Zhao Hai. Then he faintly smiled. "Kid, you're really a madman when it comes to money. Ha ha ha. But what you proposed is good. Even if this stockpile comes unused, it wouldn't bring us any harm. However, I still hope that you'd take the opportunity and contact the beastmen and ask for their bottom line. It would be best to keep them away from our territory as much as possible." Zhao Hai nodded. "I understand." The Emperor nodded and then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is the relationship between you and Lizzie? Why hasn't she come back to visit me after your marriage? Go have her come home tomorrow. I want to see if you dared to bully her. If you did, I wouldn't forgive you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then bowed. All right, father-in-law can rest assured. I'll have Lizzie come here tomorrow. However, since she's quite busy, I cannot tell you the exact time. The emperor snorted and said, I don't care about the time. You must make her come home tomorrow. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. He wasn't lying. Lizzie and the others were truly very busy. They had a lot of matters to work on, but since the emperor requested it, he wouldn't dare decline. Chapter 540. Big Chessboard. At this time, Zhao Hai was focusing his attention on the Persal Duchy. Naturally, he wouldn't disregard the state of the Ixu Empire. Presently, the Ixu Empire was studded with people from the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai had also seen that the recent emperor was already dead. The one sitting on the throne right now was Boris. However, he held zero power in court. The true people controlling the Ixu Empire were from the Radiant Church. This development was both expected and unexpected for Zhao Hai. He thought that no matter what they did, the Radiant Church would still keep the Emperor's life. Making him into a puppet was a good idea. Zhao Hai didn't expect that they would actually kill the Ixu Emperor. For several days, Zhao Hai had been looking at the arrangements in the Persal Duchy. It seems like the crisis of the duchy was deliberately made. The Empire wanted the beastmen to ravage the duchy first before their armies swoop in and eliminate the beastmen after. It looks like the Radiant Church wanted to show the continent that they can lead a war as well as rule a country, and aside from establishing their reputation, they can also openly eliminate the Persal family as well as severely wound the beastmen. When the Radiant Church's reputation soars, sending missionaries to other nations would become much easier. Their ambition was big, and their plan was good, but they had underestimated Zhao Hai's ability. It was impossible for them to know that Zhao Hai was already aware of their entire plan. The Rosen Empire also intended to help the Ixu Empire. However, the Ixu Empire wasn't relying on their help in the first place. They wanted to repel the beastmen independently so that they can establish their might in the continent. After Zhao Hai found out about these things, he wasn't worried about the Rosen Empire but instead he was thinking about the beastmen. Fortunately, the beastmen were still in transit towards the border. When they arrive, Zhao Hai would then go and tell them. The Radiant Church had a lot of things that they prepared in order to deal with the beastmen. The church had sent some experts to lie in ambush inside the Persal Duchy. They weren't there to kill the beastmen, but instead to deliver poison. Even if this poison was not lethal, it can make its victims weak, losing their ability to defend. This was Radiant Church's trump card against the beastmen. From the conversations that he heard, Zhao Hai knew that this plan hasn't been going on for a day or two. When the old emperor was alive, this plan was already underway. The elimination of the Buddha clan was only part of it. They haven't even thought about eliminating the Persal family in the past. But since Zhao Hai had become too great of a threat, they changed their plan and decided to destroy the Persal family. On the other hand, the poison was made by a long-term research conducted by the Radiant Church. This stemmed from the observations made by the human merchants while they were trading in the prairie for a long time. Zhao Hai also heard that if the poison was taken alone, it wouldn't have any effect. It would need to be used along with another drug. In preparation for this day, the Radiant Church had been using the other drug on the food that they had been trading in the prairie all these years. This drug was something that reacts with the poison and only then would they weaken the victim. The effect would only show itself when those two are present. The Radiant Church did it this way because they knew that the beastmen would be bringing witch doctors along with them as they marched on to war. When they stop in a place, the witch doctor would sample the water supplies present. Once they confirm that the water is safe, only then would the other beastmen consume it. The beastmen decided to do this because of their previous fight with the humans. In that battle, The humans used poison which crippled a large number of beastmen, although the Radiant Church cannot do this again and have the beastmen take both of the poisons at the same time. But one shouldn't forget that the beastmen were already eating one of the poisons for years. As time goes by, the beastmen would have this drug accumulated in their bodies. As long as they consume the other poison, they would certainly have a reaction. Even if the poison cannot kill them directly, it will still sap them off of their fighting strength. After that, the Radiant Church would be able to slaughter as many beastmen as they want. This plan of poisoning the beastmen as well as controlling an empire was already carried out by the Church more than a decade ago. This dedication was truly scary. In this plan, the Wuxia Empire, Rosen Empire, and the beastmen became the chess pieces of the Radiant Church. If Zhao Hai didn't appear, the Radiant Church would have been in a better situation than now. In truth, although they were enemies, Zhao Hai had a huge admiration towards the Radiant Church. If the two of them didn't have any enmity, Zhao Hai might have even considered joining the Radiant Church. This was an organization that would resort to all means and has the patience and perseverance to get what they want. No wonder they became one of the most powerful influences in a short period of time. They were quite diligent in everything they did. From Zhao Hai's perspective, the Radiant Church was evil, but in the eyes of the Radiant Church, they were not. In their minds, they needed to eliminate any threat to the church in order to ensure their safety in future. But it was unfortunate that Zhao Hai was enemies with them. Although he admired the Radiant Church, he needed to destroy all of their plans, otherwise, Zhao Hai would be the one to suffer bad luck. After knowing about all of these, Zhao Hai made his move. He secretly snatched the two poisons from the Radiant Church and then brought them to Iron Mountain Fort. After that, he handed them over to Shun's mother, making her help analyze them. Shun's mother, Suju, was an expert in poisons. While she was in Iron Mountain Fort, she continued on with her research. Now, her skill in making poison has become very good. After a couple minutes of investigation, the ingredients of the two poisons were already identified. It was true that ingesting them individually wouldn't have any effect, but once they were used together, they would become a strong poison. After using spatial water, Suji confirmed that it did have an effect as an antidote. However, curing the poison would still take some time. Normally, it would be fine to wait, but in the battlefield, time is of the essence. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to bring the mixed poison into the space. The space can analyze poisons and also produce an antidote. Zhao Hai hopes that the space wouldn't disappoint him, and the space did indeed do what Zhao Hai expected. The space absorbed the poisons, improved the space's insecticide, as well as having the spatial water cure it immediately. Zhao Hai then brought some of the spatial water over to Suju to study. After some time, Suju confirmed that the spatial water can now solve the poisons. Moreover, it was very effective. It was just a pity that they didn't have a microscope right now. If they did, they would be able to study the poisons and the spatial water much more carefully. At this time, they weren't able to make their own antidote. Even if Zhao Hai was somewhat disappointed, he still accepted it. After all, the poison had been solved. This was akin to rendering the Radiant Church's trump card useless. If the Radiant Church wanted to succeed right now, they would need to go through a lot of difficulties. Of course, the Radiant Church wasn't entirely relying on the poisons. They had also accumulated a lot of experts and as well as the entire army of the Wuxia Empire. They were going all out and dealing with the beastmen. There weren't even some defenders left in Lifeline Canyon. The Radiant Church knew that if the Rosen Empire used this opportunity to invade the Wuxia Empire, then they would become the entire human race's enemy. Therefore, the church decided to withdraw every soldier stationed in the canyon and had them help fight the beastmen. In order to deal with the beastmen, they even prepared a fleet. This fleet only had one goal. It was to transport a well-equipped army to the interior of the beastmen prairie and have them wreak havoc there, forcing the beastmen to retreat. As long as they managed to repel the beastmen with their own strength, the Radiant Church would win, while both the beastmen and the Rosen Empire lost. In such big battles, ninth ranks generally opted to not participate. Most of the experts who would fight were 8th ranks or lower. This was because if ninth ranks participate, not only would they devastate the battlefield, they would also cause a catastrophe for the continent. They may cause other races to come and participate, and in the end, it would become a war of the entire Ark continent. But Zhao Hai didn't really expect that this was the case. From what he can see, as long as someone had a 9th rank expert, there would only be a small amount of things that they cannot solve. For example, in this war, 9th ranks would have already been flying all around the place. Zhao Hai didn't think that this time, no 9th rank was willing to make a move. The strength of both armies were now dependent on the lower-ranked experts. However, Zhao Hai came to understand this arrangement. In Ark Continent, 9th ranks are akin to nuclear weapons. One cannot just use them casually. Unless a clan comes close to being eliminated, 9th rank experts wouldn't generally go out. Just like when two countries go to war back on Earth, it was simply impossible for them to use nuclear weapons. Zhao Hai approved of this. 9th ranks cannot simply be sent out. This was because 9th ranks were very strong. An ordinary soldier would just become like an ant in front of a 9th rank smite. If a 9th rank decides to kill ordinary soldiers, then it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill 1,000 in one attack. If 9th ranks participate, then the casualties of the war would exponentially increase. The Radiant Church was fully prepared for this war because they had already anticipated it for a long time. On the other hand, the Beastmen were poorly prepared because of how they needed to move hastily. One could even say that they were in a disadvantageous position in this war. The Beastmen also knew about this. However, they still needed to wage war. If not for their need of food for survival, they wouldn't be going to battle. But they didn't know that this war had been orchestrated by the Radiant Church from the very beginning. Each step that led to this point was carefully calculated by the church. If Zhao Hai doesn't help, the Beastmen would surely lose a lot this time. They will lose a lot of warriors as well as face the problem of food shortage. At the same time, the Radiant Church was also lighting a fire inside the prairie. This would certainly make the Beastmen lose their spirit. The Radiant Church was playing chess on a huge board. They took everything into consideration. Aside from Zhao Hai's existence, Zhao Hai disrupted their plans time and time again. Zhao Hai had now become an annoying piece on the board. With Zhao Hai had been meddling in the church's affairs, he had already become a thorn on their path. By monitoring the Radiant Church in Ixu Empire, Zhao Hai managed to find out the plans of the Radiant Church. The person who came to the Ixu Empire this time was an archbishop, a person with a position directly below the Pope. This person was very familiar to Zhao Hai. He was Lindsay Becker's father, the most influential and powerful red-robed archbishop of the Radiant Church. Lundy Becker. In the past, Lindsay Becker went to attack Zhao Hai, only to be turned into an undead in the end. Zhao Hai also acquired a non-directional teleportation scroll from Lindsay's body. This task has been given to him by his father, but Lundy didn't expect his son to get killed. Therefore, his enmity towards Zhao Hai was very big. But Zhao Hai had to recognize how powerful of a person Lundy was. He was one of the key participants when the Radiant Church formulated this plan. Under his influence, The plan slowly unfolded until it came to this point. Once couldn't deny how fierce this person was. The Radiant Church had attached great importance to this plan, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent an archbishop to Wuxia Empire to assume command. The only reason why they only sent Lundy was so that the commands would go on smoothly. The archbishops of the church weren't exactly very harmonious. If a lot of them were sent, they would only fight amongst themselves. Therefore, handing everything over to Lundy was already enough. This also showed Lundy's place inside the Radiant Church. Naturally, if everything fails, the responsibility would fall into Lundy's hands. Zhao Hai calmly monitored the movements of the church. He now became a spectator in this game of chess. He was waiting for the right opportunity to destroy the entire plan of the Radiant Church, and this opportunity was not far away. Chapter 541 Iron Wall Fortress. Even though Zhao Hai knew about these matters, he couldn't tell it to anyone. This was because he wouldn't be able to explain how he was able to get his hand on these information. But Zhao Hai still prepared. This beastman attack was an excellent opportunity. Even if the Radiant Church had a foolproof plan, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be on the sidelines, looking at their entire plan clearly. If the beastman didn't attack the human race for food, then Zhao Hai might have helped the Persal Duchy. But since the beastmen were doing this for survival, Zhao Hai chose to just look at the situation for now. The beastmen arrived on time. They had finally arrived outside Iron Wall Fortress. Before long, beastmen tents covered the entire area outside of the wall. However, the Persal family didn't give up. They gathered a large number of troops in the fortress and prepared to face the beastmen head-on. Right now, the Persal family wasn't thinking about anything else. They didn't run away nor give up because they still had their noble honor. Nobles were a very special group. They were born with a status higher than the commoners, and they can enjoy things that commoners wouldn't be able to in their entire livers. They also held the admiration of the masses, but at the same time, they also have a responsibility to protect the commoners. The Persal family was already aware that they wouldn't be spared this time. Even the elders who opposed going with Zhao Hai understood that the only way for them left was to stay and fight for the honor of the Persal family. Fighting for honor might sound laughable, however, this wasn't the case for nobles. A noble without honor cannot be considered to be a noble. This was our continent's unwritten rule. If a noble faces their enemy head-on and dies, not only would they win respect, their families would gain reputation as well. But if a noble escapes without fighting, his whole family would be despised. Then it wouldn't take a long time before that family declines. Therefore, nobles regarded honor the same as their own life and death. And now the Persal family was prepared to face the beastmen and fight to the last man. They needed to fight for their territory until the bitter end. For this battle, the Persal family had done all the preparation that they can. Although they had given the majority of their money to Ruian, as a millennium-old clan, they still had ample money left. When they had the people in the duchy leave, they also gave a lot of money to the families of their soldiers as settlement. In fact, one could even say that this settlement was equal to buying the lives of their soldiers. Even if the Persal family wasn't one of the strongest millennium-old families, they were still one. They had established their own principality. They also treated the soldiers in their duchy like family members. And like family, the soldiers were very loyal towards the family. Because of this, one couldn't just underestimate the might of the Persal family. The entire continent's attention were now focused on Iron Wall Fortress. The people of the continent were no strangers to battles between the beastmen and humans. However, this was the first war between the two that attracted a lot of people's attention. The main reason for this attention was the Persal family. From what the people can see, The Wuxia Empire had chosen to give up on the Persal family, otherwise, they wouldn't be this unsupportive. Moreover, some rumors from the Rosen Empire and the Kelsey family were also starting to spread. With the help of the Buddha clan and the Shelley family, the people came to understand why the Wuxia Empire chose to do this. The nobles of the continent weren't fools. After seeing how the Radiant Church acted inside the Wuxia Empire, they immediately believed the rumors. In a blink of an eye, the great nobles of the continent started to focus their sights towards the Radiant Church. The great nobles of the other countries didn't attach great importance to the Radiant Church. To them, it was just a church. How could it be powerful? But as soon as the rumors spread, they immediately paid careful attention. An empire was just occupied by the Radiant Church. How did they manage to do that? Therefore, the people paid attention to this war not only because it was a war between two races, they also wanted to see how the Radiant Church responds. In truth, the response of the Radiant Church disappointed these great nobles. This war wasn't between two families, it was a war between two races. No matter what the Radiant Church thinks, they should still provide help for the Persal family. After all, the Persal family were also humans, but instead, the Radiant Church had actually chosen to sacrifice the Persal family. The great nobles didn't consider why the Radiant Church chose to do this. They only knew that the Radiant Church gave up on helping the Persal family. While the people's attention was on the Persal duchy, Zhao Hai actually arrived at the cow-headed race's main camp. In this war, the cow-headed race didn't request to be on the forefront, but instead opted to stay at the rear part of the army. They became responsible for looking after the artillery as well as delivering some food to the front. Even if the cow-headed race weren't the strongest beastmen, their strength was still not bad. In the previous wars, they even performed very well. When they suddenly asked for such a position this time, it wasn't a mystery why the other beastmen became surprised. However, the other beastmen also knew about what happened to the cow-headed race. Therefore, they understood this decision. Moreover, the Radiant Church's action of snatching some beastmen children became known. The Radiant Church would brainwash those children before placing them inside a beastman tribe and had them wreak havoc inside. This finding became a great merit towards the whole beastman race. Because of this, nobody looked down on the cow-headed race. On the contrary, they held great admiration towards them. The other races also made a thorough investigation with their members to see if there were spies among them. Not to mention the common races who found one or two spies. The warring races actually found a lot of them amidst their members. This made those races extremely angry. Their present goal was now to teach the Radiant Church a lesson. Nobody got angry because of the cow-headed race's retreat to the backlines. Instead, with the help of the Black Bears, the cow-headed race had also managed to form a relationship with the tiger-headed race. Having a connection with such a huge warring clan brought huge advantages to the cow-headed beastmen. So now, Wales was having a very comfortable time. He was currently part of the rear army and was only taking care of the food and commodities. They didn't have any fighting duties but were one of the people who ate the best. To Wales, being in the rear army was a very luxurious position. Naturally, this is only his opinion. To the other beastmen races, being in the rear army was not a good idea. Although the rear army was the most relaxed in battles, they were also the ones who received the least after the war. But Wales didn't care about any of these. He has Zhao Hai, so he was not living simply. The most important thing to the cow-headed race right now was to recover and gain some strength. The fighting force of the cow-headed race was composed of the Herculean bulls as well as other strong tribes, and among them, the Herculean bulls were the most familiar with Zhao Hai. So when he came to their camp, The other cow-headed tribes were looking at him and became very vigilant. However, the Herculean bulls knew Zhao Hai, so when the other tribes were introduced to him, they instantly became very hospitable. Just a short time after Zhao Hai arrived at the camp, he was already invited into Whale's tent. Although the beastmen loved drinking, they only consume small amounts of liquor when going to war. Therefore, what Whales offered to Zhao Hai this time was milk tea. Whales looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how can you come here at this time? This is too dangerous for you. If any human is present, you wouldn't be able to come back to the human domain in the future." Although Whales didn't have much contact with humans before, he was very clear about how humans think. If the humans knew that Zhao Hai went to visit him, then Zhao Hai would be hated by the entire human race in the future. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother doesn't need to worry. I can guarantee that nobody saw me this time. Also, brother, I came this time to tell you something about this war." Whales nodded. He held absolute trust towards Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't deceive him. Therefore, he nodded and then waited for Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai told Whales about what he knew, the poisons, the Radiant Church's plan, and so on. Then Zhao Hai said, "Brother, the war this time was completely anticipated by the Radiant Church. Their aim was to push the beastmen to war so that they can repel the beastmen with their own strength, establishing their might to the continent, and at the same time, they would thoroughly harm the beastmen." Whales cannot believe what he just heard. "So you're telling me that the Radiant Church sacrificed the Purcell family in order to use the poison and deal with us? That's terrible news." Then Zhao Hai put out a water bag and handed it over to Whales. "Brother, have a witch doctor examine the water in this bag, then have someone drink it. Then you'll be able to confirm the Radiant Church's plan." Zhao Hai knew that facts speak louder than words. Before he went to visit Whales, he already had this water bag prepared. The water in this bag contained the second half of the Radiant Church's poison. After all, the Herculean bulls were also one of the research subjects of the Radiant Church. Chapter 542, Beast King. In fact, the Radiant Church was very annoyed regarding this as well. Initially, their plan of eliminating with the Herculean bulls was part of the plan for today. They wanted to deal with the Herculean bulls using the fighting bulls, then have them take the rear army. Then in this war, the fighting bulls would administer the poison from behind the beastman army. This was to double their chance of the plan succeeding. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai's appearance would actually make their plans fail. But fortunately for the Radiant Church, the Herculean bulls had already ingested the first part of the poison. Because of this, the Church's plan can still be more or less realized. In fact, the cooperation between the Radiant Church and the Fighting Bulls wasn't as good as it seems. Although the Church used the Fighting Bulls to deal with the Herculean bulls, they had never thought of letting the Fighting Bulls off. Therefore, whether it be the Fighting Bulls or the Herculean bulls, both of them were given the first part of the poison. Whales wasn't polite and immediately received the water bag. Then he went to find a witch doctor and had them examine the liquid inside the bag. And naturally, the answer that the witch doctor gave was that it didn't have any problems. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious when he saw the witch doctor. The doctor was actually from the water buffalo tribe. He didn't expect the water buffalo tribe to produce prophets, witch doctors, as well as shamans. When Whales heard what the witch doctor said, he immediately went to get a Herculean bull warrior and had him drink the liquid in the bag. Although the warrior didn't know why, he still obeyed and drank from the bag, even if he only took a sip. A minute after he placed the bag down, he was already affected by the poison and softly fell to the ground. Although he hadn't been directly harmed, He had completely lost his ability to fight. Zhao Hai immediately got a cup of spatial water and saved the Herculean bull. Then after that, Zhao Hai had all of the cow-headed race drink some spatial water. Naturally, whales didn't oppose to it. On the contrary, he urged his fellow beastmen to drink Zhao Hai's water. While the beastmen were drinking, whales took the water bag and went to look for the mastiff tribe. Going from race to race was the best thing to do right now. Zhao Hai directly went to the lion and tiger-headed tribes. Most of them wouldn't believe him. Zhao Hai didn't go to the dog-headed race along with whales, although he was also friends with the dog-headed beastmen. He was still busy feeding water to the other cow-headed beastmen. Therefore, he made whales go by himself. After the dog-headed beastmen heard whales, they were startled. Then they went to look for a mastiff warrior to test it out. In the end, the result was the same as with the Herculean bull warrior. Naturally, whales also brought some of Zhao Hai's spatial water to cure the mastiff warrior. However, just to be sure, Buzir went to look for a half-beastman slave and had him drink the poisoned liquid. The result was that the half-beastman slave wasn't affected at all. Half-beastman slaves didn't have a high status in the beastman prairie. They weren't fighting races either. It would be a waste to give them poison. Therefore, most beastman slaves remained unaffected by the poison. After the testing, Buzir finally believed that the majority of the beastman races were poisoned. He immediately sent someone to invite Zhao Hai over. Zhao Hai had also brought enough spatial water. Therefore, the Herculean bulls started to go to the other cow-headed beastmen and had them drink the spatial water. The status of the Herculean bulls among the cow-headed beastmen was very high, so these beastmen were very trusting towards the Herculean bulls, not to mention drinking the spatial water. Even if they were asked to drink dirty water, they would still do it. After Zhao Hai arrived at the dog-headed beastman's camp, he immediately retold the story to Buzir. Then he took out some spatial water and gave them to the dog-headed beastman to drink. After having drunk the water, the dog-headed beastmen tested themselves again, but now, they weren't affected after drinking the poisoned water anymore. Buzir attached great importance to this matter. He knew that if the Radiant Church succeeds in executing this plan, the beastmen would be suffering huge losses. Buzir immediately took the water bag and went to see the bear tribe along with Zhao Hai. The dog-headed beastmen couldn't talk with those big warring tribes, but the black bear tribe was different. It was itself a big warring tribe. They had enough qualifications to discuss matters with the other warring tribes. Therefore, Buzir decided to look for the Black Bear Patriarch. The Black Bear Patriarch personally led their army this time. In the past few years, the Black Bears haven't had the greatest lives among the beastmen. After they were deceived by that human merchant, they had never managed to recover. Because of this, even their status as a warring tribe became under crisis. But even if the Black Bears have been struggling, they still managed to keep their formidable strength. In front of their might, even the tigers and lions would have to withdraw. Nobody dared to provoke the black bears. The news that Buzir brought was also deemed important by the Black Bear Patriarch. After asking from Buzir and learned that this came from Zhao Hai, he instantly believed it. He trusted that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to him. In giving this message, Zhao Hai wouldn't gain any benefit, so he didn't need to lie to them. 1. The Black Bear Patriarch immediately sent this message over to the tiger-headed race. Compared to the lion-headed race, the Black Bears had a better relationship with the tigers. At the same time, the leader of the Beastmen coalition was also from the tiger-headed race. The tigers also held this matter at great importance. This was because the information that Zhao Hai just brought would directly affect the outcome of the war. Therefore, they immediately had the Black Bears invite Zhao Hai over. Zhao Hai already expected this to happen. but he still had some disguise. At the very least, he changed his looks. Now, he looks older than his actual age. He looks like a 30-year-old man. This time, because the beastmen were attacking as one, they only have one golden tent. This golden tent also belonged to the tiger-headed beastman. Zhao Hai followed a tiger warrior into the golden tent. This was the first time that he had seen a tiger-headed beastman up close. The tiger warriors looked very powerful. Each one of them had about the height of 3.5 meters. They also had eyes that seemed to see through a person's soul. Zhao Hai knew that the tiger beastman had a type of innate skill. This unique skill was called soul-shaking gaze. On the other hand, the lion beastmen had their own unique skill as well. This skill was called soul-seizing roar. It was because of these abilities that the two races can become candidates for the beastman race's royal tribe position. Their innate skills were something that other beastmen couldn't face, especially the tiger's soul-shaking gaze. This skill was truly formidable. As long as a tiger beastman looked at a person, that target would immediately feel frightened and lose spirit. If that target was an enemy, their souls would be shaken, rendering them unable to move. On the other hand, the lion's soul-seizing roar was not as good as the tiger's ability. Their ability can only be used for the first time. After using it once, their effect would become less than before. Moreover, the lion-headed race's fighting strength was a bit lower than the tiger-headed race. This made the overall strength of the tigers much stronger than the lions. Therefore, the tigers were able to suppress the lions. When the tiger warrior looked at Zhao Hai, he became surprised. Under his gaze, Zhao Hai didn't have any unusual reactions. This made the tiger beastman very curious. After Zhao Hai entered the tent, he saw that various patriarchs of various races were present. Among them were Whales, Buzier, the Wolf King, and the Black Bear Patriarch. The other patriarchs were people he hadn't met before. Then on the center of them all, a tiger beastman was seen sitting down. This tiger beastman seemed to be quite old. The hairs on his face had already turned white. However, this aspect actually made him look much more wise. When Zhao Hai saw this tiger, he suddenly remembered a sentence: "Old tigers are treasure troves of knowledge." This tiger beastman gave Zhao Hai the same feeling. Zhao Hai gave his greetings to the tiger patriarch first before giving his greetings to the others as well. Those who knew Zhao Hai were being polite to him. After all, from the Black Bear Patriarch said, Zhao Hai was the owner of Magic Lily Shop. Zhao Hai's identity was very attractive to these beastmen patriarchs. The tiger patriarch stared at Zhao Hai for some little time. Then he suddenly smiled and said, "Young man, why would we believe the information that you brought?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Honored Beast King, do I have any reason to lie to you? I have great enmity with the Radiant Church. It's an enmity of life and death. At the same time, I'm the cow-headed race's foreign prince. If I harm the beastmen, then I would only be helping the Radiant Church, and in turn, harming myself. I believe any sane person wouldn't dare to do so." Although the leader of the beastmen wasn't fixed, but no matter who the leader was, all of them were referred to as Beast King. Therefore, Zhao Hai's greeting wasn't wrong. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You said that our attack is part of the Radiant Church's plan, that they had poisoned the waters of the Persal Duchy while waiting for us. Is this true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It is. This plan was executed by the Radiant Church for a long time. They were now unsatisfied in just being a church. They wanted to control a country, and then completely brainwash their citizens. This is the current state of the Wuxiao Empire. His Majesty Beast King should know what would happen if the Radiant Church came to control the entire Wuxiao Empire. This would be akin to cutting the passage of humans going into the Beastman Prairie. After that, Human merchants who would want to trade with the beastmen would find it hard to come to the prairie. With this arrangement, the Radiant Church would be able to control the life and death of the entire beastman race. Even if the Beast King's expression didn't change, the expressions of the others did. They were very clear about what happens if the Radiant Church came to control the Wuxia Empire. From this point, all of them knew that Zhao Hai didn't deceive them. He was telling the truth. Zhao Hai then added, "This matter will also have a similar impact to the humans. Once the Radiant Church succeeds in repelling the beastmen, their momentum would be able to soar into the skies. There wouldn't be anyone who would be able to contend with their influence, and as their enemy, I would be one of the first ones to experience bad luck." Radiant Church will be screwed. Chapter 543, Arrangement. The Beast King stared at Zhao Hai and said, "You're a human. Would you dare stab your race at the back?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, if I may speak discreetly, my purpose this time is to deal with the Radiant Church. Moreover, I'm different from other people. In my opinion, the beastmen are the same as humans, just same intellectual beings of the continent. I don't think that the beastmen are any worse than the humans, and at the same time, I don't think that the humans are any worse than the beastmen. I think everyone is equal. To tell you the truth, if the beastman decides to invade the human domain, even if I'm the foreign prince of the cow-headed race, I would still make a move to stop the beastmen. And since the beastmen are doing it for survival, and is now about to fall into the Radiant Church's trap, I couldn't just sit still and watch. In the end, I'm still the foreign prince of the cow-headed race. I also consider myself as half-beastman." The Beast King and the other beastman patriarch looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's answer would be something that they didn't even think about, especially when Zhao Hai said that if the beastmen would invade the human domain, he would step in and help resist them. It wasn't only the beastmen patriarchs who were surprised about this. Even Wales was startled. The Beast King looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly laughed. His laughter was in a low sinking voice. It even seemed to resemble a roar. It was a very thick laughter. It shook the entire tent. After some time, the Beast King stopped his laughter and turned his head to Zhao Hai. "Good, young man. You really are a genuine friend to the beastmen. I believe you. This information that you've brought is very important to us. I'll have to ask you to provide the antidotes to the poison." Zhao Hai didn't expect the Beast King to be this open-minded, but Zhao Hai still nodded and then put out a canteen. He passed the canteen over to everyone inside and had them drink from it. After that, Zhao Hai said, "I'll have to request His Majesty to prepare wooden barrels. I'll have them filled up with the antidote. After curing the poison, you won't have any more issues." The Beast King nodded, then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young man, once this war ends, don't forget to visit our giant tiger tribe when you return to the prairie. Our race lacks almost everything. We'll buy anything you bring to us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm honored to gain the recognition of His Majesty. I'll certainly go visit in the future." The Beast King nodded, then he waved his hand to Zhao Hai, allowing him to leave the tent. Soon after Zhao Hai left the tent, the Beast King looked at Wales and said, "Patriarch Wales, you understand this Zhao Hai the most. Is he really sincere in what he said?" Wales didn't hesitate to nod and said, "Yes, Zhao Hai isn't an ordinary human. He lives up to his own words and doesn't like to talk empty. From the first time that I've met him, I've never seen him look down on other beastmen. In fact, the first friendship flag that he gained wasn't from our Herculean bull tribe, but from the big-bellied pig tribe. After I met him, I immediately had someone go check, and indeed, The friendship flag was willfully given by them to Zhao Hai. I also know that he is feeling very indignant towards our current situation right now, so he will naturally do his best to help us." The Beast King nodded. Then he turned to Buzir and said, "Patriarch Buzir, tell me what is your thinking?" Buzir nodded and said, "I agree with Whale's views. Little Hai is a good person. In fact, if he wanted to harm us, we wouldn't even know that this matter was because of the Radiant Church." Without waiting for the Beast King to speak, the old Wolf King added, "I also think that this Zhao Hai is a person who could be trusted. He is very different from the other humans. This we saw from the first time we met him. Otherwise, our wolf tribe wouldn't have traded with him." The Black Bear Patriarch added as well, "I believe Little Hai wouldn't deceive us. I think the most important thing we need to do right now is to send some people back to the prairie, informing all of the tribes to pay attention to the human fleet. It's for certain that the fleet had elite troops within. If we don't do anything about that and make them land on the prairie, the damage that they can do would be certainly huge." The Beast King nodded and said, "Hawk Tribe Patriarch, immediately send this information over to the prairie. Have some smaller tribes group up and head towards the shorelines. Make them prepare to engage the disembarked human troops. I don't believe the humans can compete to our own cavalry. Also, have some prophets help them defend. The humans might have sent some mages to help in this operation." The Hawk Tribe Patriarch immediately nodded. He knew that this matter was very important for the entire Beastman race. He cannot be careless in this. He must then assemble his most capable men to accomplish it. The Beast King then looked at the others and said, "The humans are already expecting our attack. They're now waiting for us inside the Persal Duchy. This is not a good news for us, but it can also be an opportunity for our Beastman army. The Wolf Tribe, Tiger Tribe, Lion Tribe, Leopard Tribe, Dog Tribe, and also the Hawk Tribe need to stand by. In the next few days, we would have the other tribes carry an attack towards the Persal Duchy. But remember, this is only a diversion. Our main offense would not be situated there. Those tribes that I mentioned earlier will need to get your most silent mounts and use them. In the following evenings, we shall be shifting our offense towards the Xa family domain. The Xa family is no longer in control of that place. Moreover, there are armies stationed there, waiting to ambush us in the Persal Duchy. We will do the same to them. Your strengths aren't weak, so you would be able to overwhelm the domain in a short period of time. After that, when the armies turn towards you, lessening the troops focused on the Persal domain, we shall then go all out in overcoming Iron Wall Fortress. With our two fronts, we should be able to advance much easier. These beastmen don't accept any orders from anyone during peacetime, especially the big warring races. Every one of them held equal status. Even the Beast King couldn't casually throw out some commands for them to follow. However, since it was wartime, the Beast King's words held very heavy authority. Therefore, the people in the tent immediately issued a shout of agreement. Then they went on to prepare their troops. These patriarchs were veterans in combat. The Beast King only needed to tell them where and when to attack. Anything else can be managed by them. After all, each race had their own preferences of attack, and the most familiar with them were the patriarchs. The only thing that the Beast King needed to do was provide them with a direction. After these patriarchs left the tent, they gawked. They were presently looking at their tribe mates happily drinking the antidote, and when they walked closer to look, it wasn't actually water, but instead liquor. This was a way that Zhao Hai came up with. He gave them liquor because beastmen preferred wine over water. Zhao Hai had only remembered this point after he left the tent, so he put some special water into the liquors before he handed them over to the beastmen. Not only would it have the effect of an antidote, The beastmen would also enjoy drinking it more. When Wales asked Zhao Hai what happened, he felt relief. Even if the beastmen weren't permitted to drink too much liquor during wartime, it wasn't prohibited. Disallowing the beastmen to drink was an utterly impossible thing to do. Zhao Hai went with Wales in returning to the Herculean bull tent. After they sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Wales and said, "Brother, since this matter had already been completed, I think I need to head back. I cannot be here for too long." Wales nodded. "Brother should head back. Rest assured, we'll surely let the Radiant Church suffer a big loss this time. If possible, we would surely flatten the entire Wuxia Empire to take revenge on your behalf." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That would be really good. But brother, you must pay attention. If the other beastman still wants to fight after clearing the Wuxia Empire, you should stop them. I've already become quite famous in Rosen Empire. It wouldn't be good to attack them. At the same time, after you clear the Wuxia Empire, I will talk to the Rosen Emperor and have him trade food with the beastmen in a cheap price. This arrangement is greater than fighting. I'm sure the other beastmen would agree." Wales nodded. Even if the other beastmen weren't familiar with Zhao Hai, he was. He fully knows that Zhao Hai has an undead army numbering about 1,000,000. Moreover, some of them were beastmen. Imagining how strong they were made Wales shudder inside. Actually, Wales had underestimated Zhao Hai. At this point, Zhao Hai's undead had already reached 1.5 million, and these undead are all equivalent to 8th rank experts. 1.5 million 8th ranks? Such an army can ravage the entire human continent. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't do so. Such actions would only make him the enemy of all the races. He still doesn't have the ability to defend himself if he became the enemy of everyone in the Ark continent. Zhao Hai looked at Wales and said, "Brother, take care of yourself. When the war ends, I'll go to the prairie and have a drink with you." Wales laughed and said, "All right, I'll wait for you." I believe this war would end quickly. As soon as we finish attacking the Wuxia Empire, I expect that the end would be too soon. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything more, but he still regarded Wales' words. Whether it be the Radiant Church or the Wuxia Empire, both of them had underestimated the combat power of the beastmen. They thought that with their plan, the beastmen would surely suffer a lot. But now that the beastmen had known their arrangement, the trump card that they had prepared was now useless. It would now be very difficult for them to succeed. At this point, the beastman wasn't afraid of anyone. After chatting with Wales for quite some time, Zhao Hai left the beastman camp. He then walked towards the direction of the prairie before vanishing to the space when no one can no longer see him. At this time, Laura and the others were inside the space. Although Laura was busy with handling the Marquis family, she still loved staying inside the space. The atmosphere inside the space was very good, and it was also very comfortable inside. It was no wonder that people were reluctant to leave. Aside from handling the Marquis family's matters inside the space, Laura had also chosen to simply live inside the space. In fact, Zhao Hai did the same. He was now mainly staying inside the villa. Lizzie was now back at Carson City's Imperial Palace. Naturally, that was only for formality. In reality, the majority of her time was spent inside the space. She would only exit during the times where she would accompany the Emperor. The Emperor didn't know about any of these. He thought that Lizzie wanted to stay here with him. This made him unbearably glad. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura and the others went to greet him. Everything that Zhao Hai said and did while in the Beastmen camp was known to them. After seeing the arrangements of the Beast King, Laura and the others knew that the time of war was already decided. After the group sat down, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Brother Hai, isn't this just like watching a play?" "To be honest, I think that there would be no suspense in the result of this war. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It is indeed like a play. With the beastmen's arrangement, the Radiant Church wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Even if the beastmen didn't go all out, all of their troops were still the elite. This attack would certainly give a lesson to the Radiant Church. With how the Church underestimates the beastmen, the result of this war wouldn't be a huge mystery." Lizzie frowned and said, "Big Brother Hai, what if the Radiant Church goes all out desperately, making their ninth ranks move? You should know that the Radiant Church are able to do this." Zhao Hai's brows wrinkled and then said, "That is possible, but I think that the beastmen should already be prepared for this outcome. After all, this war is extremely important to their survival. It would be impossible for the beastmen to prepare poorly." Kair, in the beastmen camp, can you spot any ninth-rank experts? Kair shook her head and said, "Not in the beastmen camp. However, I can detect several ninth ranks outside the camp. From what I can see, there were no less than 10 ninth-rank beastmen experts." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "I thought so. You should have seen the Beast King. He isn't a simple character. He can't allow their army to be overly underprepared. After all, elites of the beastman race came to participate in the war. If a ninth rank was to come and eradicate them, the damage done to the beastmen would surely be severe." Megan nodded and said, "I also think that the Beast King isn't simple. Just by what I can see in the monitor, although he is a beastman, his temperament doesn't have any difference compared to human monarchs. Even His Majesty the Emperor looked worse compared to him." Lizzie wasn't offended. Instead she nodded and said, "That's true. Compared to the Beast King, my father looked less domineering. Most importantly, the Beast King seemed to be a veteran fighter himself. No wonder he can make decisions in such a short period of time." Chapter 544, The Fight Begins. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "He became the Beast King. How could he be so simple? Beast Kings are different from human monarchs. Beast Kings aren't permanent. If the Beast King becomes unqualified, he would immediately get dethroned." Laura nodded, and then said, "I think this is a great method. This way, they would gain a good leader that will benefit the entire beastman race." Zhao Hai faintly smiled. "This is in line to the nature of the beastmen. They need a strong leader, but that leader must also gain their recognition." Megan then said, "Big Brother Hai, since the beastmen changed their point of attack to the Xa family, will the Purcell family be more relaxed?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. The beastmen would still be doing an attack to Iron Wall Fortress as a diversion, but don't expect that this diversion would be any weak. Moreover, once they pierce through the Xa domain, the attack on Iron Wall Fortress would certainly turn more violent." The beastmen wanted to advance in two directions since this would derail the Radiant Church's preparations. Megan sighed and said, "So you're saying that there's only a small chance for the Purcell Duchy to be spared?" Zhao Hai sighed. He already thought about this situation. It was already on his mind when he asked Evan to leave. No matter which way the beastmen move, the Purcell family would still suffer bad luck. The position of the Purcell family determined their fate. Their territory was too close to the beastmen prairie. Because of this, once the beastmen decided to attack, they would be the first ones to experience it. Fortunately for them, the relationship between the beastmen and the humans were going peacefully in the past few years. Because of this, the Purcell family has been living good lives, and as a result they had increased their grain trade towards the prairie. This would not only bring them profits, it would also provide the beastmen some food, making them refrain from attacking the duchy. The beastmen prairie is too big, but there were still beastmen who couldn't have their own land there. Therefore, once the beastmen go to war with the humans, the latter would definitely have a hard time, so the humans weren't willing to act unreasonably and spite the beastman's rage. Laura also sighed. Then she turned her attention to the screen and said, "Who knows how many people are going to die in the Wuxia Empire?" Zhao Hai sighed as well. "We can only accept this outcome. Don't forget, if it weren't for us, not only would there be deaths in the Wuxia Empire, a lot of beastmen would die as well. The Radiant Church are planning genocide. They're religious maniacs. That's what they do." Laura felt helpless. She knew that what Zhao Hai said wasn't nonsense. The people of the Radiant Church had clear intentions. They always regarded all of those who didn't believe in the Radiant God as heretics. And for the Church, the Beastmen were the greatest heretics out there. If the Radiant Church managed to deal with all of the Beastmen elite at this time, then the other Beastmen wouldn't be able to fare very well. Lizzie looked at the monitor and said, "We shall see what the Radiant Church would do in the next few days, but in my opinion, they are going to fail this time. However, this shouldn't affect them in a big way. After all, they only sent in a red-robed archbishop this time. Also, the bulk of their manpower was still from the Wuxia Empire. They didn't use much of their own strength." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But with this failure, their reputation should suffer quite a blow, and with their occupation of the Wuxia Empire, those other countries that they had been friends with would become more vigilant. They would be afraid of falling into the same state." Lizzie nodded. "That would be better. The Radiant Church's present influence had gone too big. This is a bad thing for the stability of the continent." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the beastmen on the monitor. They didn't make a move immediately, and were still in the middle of preparation. Since there was nothing else to look at, Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "All right, let's take a break. I think the beastmen will move tonight. Let's wait until then and watch." Laura nodded. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Now that the entire continent knows the bad things that had happened to the Xia family as well as the current situation of the Persal Duchy, they would surely start to pay attention towards the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church should be attaching great importance to this war. Otherwise, they would be placed in a disadvantage once they get defeated." Zhao Hai agreed. "I think that the Radiant Church already understood this point. However, they are too convinced of their flawless preparations, but they didn't expect us to have the scissors that would cut a hole in their plans." As soon as Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they smiled. After looking at the time and chatting for a few moments, all of them took a rest. Zhao Hai believed that the beastmen would take action in this evening. He wanted to see how they planned to move. It was not only Zhao Hai who thought about this. The entire continent was also paying attention. They wanted to know how the beastmen would start the war. Although they didn't know about the Radiant Church's poison, they knew about the arrangements that the church has made. They wanted to know how the beastmen would get cornered. The night after Zhao Hai's visit to the camp, the beastmen made their move. By the Beast King's orders, the assigned races left the camp in batches. They didn't immediately go towards the Xia family's territory. Instead, they turned around and headed back to the prairie. With regards to understanding the prairie, the humans cannot compete with the beastmen. Therefore, what they decided to do right now was to head back to the prairie and the circle around towards the Xia family domain. This way they cannot be seen by humans. The prairie was too large that it would be impossible for the humans to send their assassins and observe the movements of the beastmen. Zhao Hai sat in the space and calmly looked at the movements of the beastmen. He knew that the war was starting, but in this war, his contribution was only the information that he gave. He will not be involved firsthand. At the very best he can be described as a bystander. Laura also observed the beastmen's movement. After looking at the monitor for a while, Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and smiled. "Brother Hai, If another person tells me that the beastmen are dumb, I would scold them like child. Megan and the other ladies were observing as well. The movement of the beastmen were done discreetly. They didn't move a lot of troops, nor did they take them all. They left some in order to act as decoys, confusing the enemy. These actions were very remarkable, one that deserved merit. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "The beastmen aren't really dumb. They are just seen like that because of their temperament and the way some of them easily trust people." "Right. No need to talk about that. It seems like there's nothing else to see right now." "Damn, we miscalculated. I slept too much during the day. Now I cannot sleep anymore." "My wives, should we do something else?" When they heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before they understood. All of their faces couldn't help but get red. Then Laura snorted and said, "All of us are here. Can you handle it? Are you going to be okay?" Zhao Hai seemed offended as he said, "I will prove it today." Then he threw himself towards Laura and the others as a squeal was heard in the villa. The next morning, the beastmen started their attack on Iron Mountain Fort. Their attacks were loud like thunder but was weak like raindrop, although they looked aggressive. Their contact with the enemy was not really a lot. This made Evan and the others surprised. They understood that this wasn't how the beastmen were supposed to fight. Did the beastmen change their ways? Zhao Hai knew that the beastmen didn't change. They just didn't want too many casualties in this deceptive attack. Although Zhao Hai can just tell these matters to Evan, he chose to refrain from doing so. There were times where a person cannot be too selfless. If he tells Evan about the Radiant Church's poison and Evan connects it to the response of the beastmen, Evan would find out that he leaked the information to the beastmen. If Evan knows, then it wouldn't take a long time before everyone in the continent knows. When this spreads, Zhao Hai would become a traitor to the eyes of the other humans, and this wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Although in the mind of Zhao Hai, the humans and the beastmen were no different, but in the Ark continent, the two of them were distinct. This sentiment wasn't something that Zhao Hai can change alone. If he makes the humans know that he helped the beastmen deal with other humans, then he would certainly become the human race's #1 enemy. He will turn into a traitor. This was not a wonderful outcome. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't tell Evan about the situation of both the Radiant Church and the Beastman race. After all, Evan and the others were already convinced that they'd die, and Zhao Hai also needed to consider the entire Buddha clan. The Beastmen weren't fools. They knew that if their deceptive attacks were done half-heartedly, people would start to doubt. Therefore, when evening came, they also made a night assault. This made Evan prepare for battles at night in addition to the battles at day. Naturally, the night assault didn't succeed, but this also dispersed some of the doubts that Evan had. But at the same time as the assault on Iron Wall Fortress, the relocated Beastman army proceeded to head towards the Xa family's territory. The Hawk tribe then sent this information over to the Beast King at the soonest possible time. Now, the Radiant Church was playing a game with the Beastmen. The Radiant Church had opened a poisonous bag for the Beastmen to crawl into, but the Beastmen actually put out an act while at the same time sending a knife to cut the bag at the side. If the beastmen succeed, then the Radiant Church would have to take a long time before they can recover. The Radiant Church wasn't aware that the beastmen had already found out about their poison plan. They had always thought that the beastmen would obediently go enter their trap. The Radiant Church's understanding about the recent encounter was that the beastmen had come from afar and still hasn't adapted to the environment, which explains the weakness of their initial attack. Chapter 545. The Radiant Church's Hope. The next day, the Beastman attack on the wall had suddenly become violent. The Beast King understood that if the Beastmen were to continue on with its half-hearted attack, the humans would start to look down on them. Therefore, he made the army increase the intensity of their assault. This motion can also shield the other group much more effectively. Sure enough, the continent began to focus their attention towards Iron Wall Fortress. The humans were very familiar with the Beastmen race. They knew that the Beastmen had combat capabilities not lower compared to the humans. At the same time, the Beastmen weren't mindless fighters as well. They can also do advanced movements such as carrying out reconnaissance missions, especially the Hawk tribe. With their flying abilities, their scouts were vastly better than the humans. Because of this, the Radiant Church had placed a large amount of their army in the Wuxia territory while leaving the Purcell family to face the Beastmen alone. This way, when the Beastmen see the heavily armored soldiers in the Wuxia territory, they would think twice in attacking there and would instead opt to attack the Purcell Duchy. This was the script that the Radiant Church had written for the Beastmen, and so, the Beastmen were fully cooperating in this play. They launched a frantic attack at Iron Wall Fortress, making the Purcell family suffer huge losses. The Beastmen's losses weren't small either, but they were used to it. This was the Beastmen's way of attack, frantic, and without a shred of holding back. This crazy attacking method of the Beastmen was something that only few humans can withstand. Therefore, ordinary human armies wouldn't go to field battles with the Beastmen. This was because they were aware that the Beastmen cavalry would have its greatest strength in the field. Although the heavy armored infantry of the continent can cope with the Beastmen cavalry, that consideration was only made against general Beastmen cavalry. When it comes to the big warring races, those heavy armored infantry would become totally powerless. Naturally, the humans also had a way of dealing with these Beastmen cavalries. Most Beastmen didn't have any armor, but humans have heavy armor cavalry. The charge of these heavy armor cavalry can be lethal against the Beastmen. However, creating heavy armor cavalry was extremely expensive. Even a powerful empire such as the Wuxia Empire only had a few of these cavalries on hand. Also, Beastmen weren't very good at siege warfare. Beastmen wars generally happen on the flat fields of the prairie, with both cavalries going head-to-head with each other. Because of this, the Beastmen didn't have much experience when it came to attacking a city. On the other hand, humans were experts in siege warfare. In the entire human history, most of its battles were siege battles, so they were knowledgeable about attacking and defending a city. Therefore, in a war between Beastmen and humans, the most important thing that humans could do was barricade a city and establish a line of defense, stacking them layer by layer in order to stop the Beastmen attacks. The people wanted to see when the Beastmen can break through Iron Wall Fortress. One must know that Iron Wall Fortress was very famous in the continent. This was because the fortress was able to block a Beastman attack in the past. Now, the people want to see if the Purcell family can make a miracle this time. The Beastmen attacked Iron Wall Fortress for 7 days. Although these 7 days weren't long, they weren't short either. One must know that the Beastmen had sent an army that exceeded 1 million soldiers, while at the same time, the defenders were numbering less than 100,000, and these 100,000 people were all the soldiers that the Purcell family can send out. All of them were already convinced of their deaths. This made the battle even more fierce. In 7 days, the Purcell family had lost nearly 50,000 people, but the Beastmen had lost close to 100,000. The battle loss ratio numbered 1 to 2. This was something rare for a battle between humans and Beastmen. Because of the innate disadvantage in strength by the humans, their losses should be higher than that of the Beastmen. For the Beastmen to lose more than the humans was something that was very abnormal. However, only the Purcell troops knew that the army that was attacking the fortress wasn't the main force of the Beastmen race. With their main force not participating, It was natural that the battle-loss ratio would be like this. If the main force of the beastmen would attack right now, then they're afraid that they would not be able to defend. Evan and the others knew about the beastmen from their past battles. In the past, the beastmen would send their main force 2 or 3 days after the initial skirmish. But this time, 7 days had already passed. But the warring tribes were still not in sight. What was happening? And at this moment, a shocking news spread out to the continent. On the 7th evening after the attack on the Persal Duchy, the Wuxia family was suddenly attacked by a large group of warriors from Big Beastman warring tribes. Although the Radiant Church had stationed a large army in the Wuxia domain, they were still caught off guard by the Beastmen assault. The Beastmen cavalry quickly pierced through their defense line and ravaged through their formation. This led to the 300,000 army inside the Wuxia domain to throw their helmets down and abandon their armor in order to escape. They were completely routed. The force that attacked the Wuxia family was the main force of the Beastmen army. They were the elite of the elites, and they were highly experienced in battles. With them numbering 100,000, they were able to swiftly deal with 300,000 human soldiers. The battle can only be described as a textbook victory. Both the human forces and the Radiant Church didn't expect the Beastmen to attack like this. The continent immediately went into an uproar. They didn't think that all of these crazy Beastmen attacks towards the Iron Wall fortress were only a cover for their surprise attack on the Wuxia domain. Even if they lost 100,000 in attacking the fortress, it was definitely worth it. They had managed to rout a 300,000 human army as well as occupy a very large domain in the human territory. One should know that even if the commoners of the Persal family withdrew, the commoners in the Wuxia domain didn't. This was because there was an army stationed here, and they have gathered a lot of supplies. But now, all of these supplies fell into the hands of the Beastmen, aiding them in overcoming their food crisis. The Radiant Church clearly didn't expect the Beastmen attack. They had been caught off guard. All of their previous plans were starting to form cracks. Fortunately, they still had room for movement. The church immediately withdrew some of their troops in the Persal Duchy and prepared to lead them to encircle the Wuxia domain. But just as the Radiant Church troops were being mobilized, the Beastmen began to attack Iron Wall Fortress non-stop from day to night. Although the Persal family were doing their best to block the Beastmen offensive, they couldn't block it in the end. At the last moment, Evan was forcibly carried away by some loyal subjects of the Persal family. The direction that they were retreating to was Stony Mountain. This was a hidden move orchestrated by Zhao Hai. After he left True Iron and the others at Golden Island, the requested Origin Sword Saint to act. Origin Sword Saint convened with some of the Persal family's loyal 8th ranks secretly. Origin Sword Saint asked them that no matter what happens, they should protect some important members of the Persal Duchy and had them retreat towards Stony Mountain. Once they retreat to Stony Mountain, their lives would certainly be protected. Origin Sword Saint's words were much more powerful compared to Evan, therefore, those 8th ranks didn't disagree. So they immediately grabbed Evan and then rode some magic beasts that they prepared before, carrying food and water with them. They immediately headed straight to Stony Mountain. The Persal family members who escaped this time numbered less than 200 altogether. Majority of these people were foreign elders of the family. In fact, most of them were 8th rank experts. The Beastmen didn't pursue them this time. They didn't pay any attention to measly 200 people. What they were eyeing right now were those soldiers that were heading towards the Wuxia domain to encircle the 100,000 Beastmen. Once again, the Radiant Church didn't expect that just as they transferred the troops, the Beastmen would suddenly break through Iron Wall Fortress. Now, The troops that the Radiant Church had sent over were in fear of being sandwiched by two Beastmen armies. The Radiant Church expected the Beastmen army in Iron Wall Fortress to be just a normal decoy. Their fighting strength shouldn't be that strong. The main force should be the 100,000 that just attacked the Xa domain. They didn't expect that the decoy would become another attacking force and had broken through Iron Wall Fortress in one stroke, becoming a threat to the Church's armies. Passive. The Radiant Church had turned passive. One must know that the force that was currently occupying the Xa domain were the collective forces of various warring tribes, and were numbering 100,000. At the same time, the 1 million Beastmen army that had just broken through Iron Wall Fortress were at their back. This made the Radiant Church army feel a sense of crisis. But the Radiant Church didn't give up. They were still hoping that their trump card would have some use. They still have the poison that they had prepared. Even if the Iron Wall Fortress was broken through, the experts sent to the Persal domain were still there, lying in ambush. These people were waiting in the Persal Duchy for the time when the fortress falls. As long as the Beastmen enter the duchy, they would immediately be poisoned. Then the Radiant Church can deal with the Beastmen army easily. In the mind of the Radiant Church, even if their plans were somewhat derailed, they were still heading towards the right direction. The losses that they incurred in the Xa domain was nothing remarkable. Having a victory in the Xa domain might even make the Beastmen complacent, making the Radiant Church's plan much easier to implement. At the same time, the two-pronged attack by the Beastmen still gave some losses to the Radiant Church, but this was what they exactly need. They wanted the Beastmen to enter the Ixu Empire before they start to clean them up in one swoop. That way, the Beastmen would have no opportunity to escape. Chapter 546. Negotiations. The ideal situation is good, but reality is different. This might have been the current mindset of the Radiant Church. They wanted to deal with the Beastmen race alone in order to gain prestige. They had rejected the help of the Rosen Empire and several nations in order to show their own strength. One should know that if Zhao Hai didn't help, then the Beastmen might possibly suffer huge loss, but that and right now were two completely different matters. The people from the Radiant Church thinks that their poison can deal with the Beastmen, but they haven't thought that the Beastmen were already aware of this, and had also drank the antidote. Since the Beast King knew about this plan of the Radiant Church, therefore, he decided to cooperate with the Radiant Church. This way, he would reverse the situation and make the Beastmen the ones who would sweep the Church's troops in one blow. And when the Ixu Empire is devoid of its defenders, then the Beastmen can do whatever they wanted to do. Information was truly important. Having and not having information can change everything, and it was evident that the Radiant Church had lost in this aspect. After the Beastmen entered the Persal Duchy, they didn't destroy anything and just started to loot. Everything that they find useful was carried off. This was also the goal of the Beastmen for this war. However, they also did it deliberately. They wanted to slow down their offensive and give the Radiant Church some time to make their move. The Beastmen gave the Radiant Church some time because they wanted them to think that things are all going according to their plan. This way, the Radiant Church would drop their vigilance, and then the Beastmen can use this opportunity to thoroughly deal with the Radiant Church. The time for all of this to pass might be very long, but in fact, it only happened for a short time. Upon entering the Persal Duchy, the Beastmen directly became a threat to the left wing of the Church's army, but they didn't go and attack the army immediately. Instead they went to occupy the duchy first. Although the Persal Duchy people had left, it was impossible for them to carry everything that they had. Moreover, the Persal family didn't burn the granaries of the duchy. Therefore, The Beastmen had gained a lot in pillaging the duchy. The Radiant Church wanted the Beastmen to do exactly this. If the Beastmen immediately attacked the Radiant Church, then it would be very troublesome. The church's losses would surely be big. But since the Beastmen stopped for now, this gave the church the opportunity